Okay, dudes, welcome back to this game that I forgot about. Man of day. What's happening? Why are you screaming? She's fine. Wait, what are we doing with potions here? That's not the right potion. Hold on just a second. Or no, that is the right potion. All right, sorry, it's been a hot minute. Let me just get it back together. Where did we leave off? Talk to Avalak. All right, we left off on a main quest, and we found our lady, and we brought her home. We defended against the big baddies. We went out of our way to attack some more big baddies. We killed 2 of the crones. One of the crones escaped, and she took, what's his name? Oh no. Vesemir. She took Vesemir's medallion with her when she ran away. So that sucks. That's an unfortunate happening. Wait, what? What kind of stupid friggin' building design is this? What? I've never seen a building like that. Let's find the staircase. This staircase that I walked right past. Hello?
Need a hanky? Gotta admit, never expected this of you.
You humans have unusual tastes. How did you fare on Bald Mountain?
Need to ask? You're a sage.
I ask as a courtesy. A concept you clearly forgot when you left without uttering a word.
Ciri was in a hurry.
He's not wrong, though.
So she wrote in her letter. But that is not my concern. You eliminated Imlerith adeptly. So adeptly, you might say you inspired me.
Meaning?
The loss of one of his great generals has weakened Eredin significantly. 2 others remain.
How do we get rid of them?
Caranthir is a loyalist, but Gels, that is another story. He was a devoted follower of our former king. And as it happens, Eredin poisoned our beloved ruler.
Huh. Okay.
How do you know? Or are you bluffing?
Eredin made sure very few individuals knew of his betrayal. Most are now dead.
Didn't answer my question.
How matters not. What matters is, I know. And I have an idea how to use this knowledge.
Haven't mentioned killing Gels.
Such drastic means are not always necessary.
So you probably plan to offer him a deal.
Brilliant deduction. Bravo.
That's a tough decision, man. Deals can be broken, right?
Fine. So what do you propose?
Why, to bring Gels here. Show him the truth of what happened.
Fabulous plan, if we only knew where to find him.
We do. In the land of the NL.
Huh.
Land of the NL?
You don't recall.
After
After all,
welcome,
you
my
did
friend.
travel with Eredin for some time. The land of the Elder Folk. The world where we arrived centuries ago. A world that is now our home. The Red Riders come from there. And it is there where we will find Gels.
Think you're forgetting something. You and Ciri might know how to travel between worlds, but me? Not so much.
You clearly know there are many other worlds apart from the one where we now stand. They're linked by passages, hidden gateways that afford travel from one world to another. Of course, few know of these gateways. Even fewer can locate them.
Elven sages, for example?
For example. One such passage will open soon near where we are, fortuitously enough.
Huh.
Between this noble edifice and the butcher's yard. That's our chance. Shall we go?
Yeah, dude. Alright, that picked up in a way I didn't really expect it to. And the NLs, we've heard that name mentioned before. I'm not sure why Geralt didn't
Let's
remember.
go. I know this house. Supposed to drive a godling from here.
Supposed to?
Decided it was harmless.
Shoot, dude. Wait, hold on. Before we do this, we need to have a chat with everybody.
I saw it.
Let's talk to Yennefer first, then to... Well, actually, hold on. Yennefer might cause problems. Dude, I feel like every single time I talk to her, she's got problems. So let's talk to Triss, because she knows what's up. She's always on point, ahead of the game.
How'd you discover it was a city corridor?
But we should definitely do these little bits before we actually help that guy. Alright.
Did you see those poor wretches?
Triss! I'm coming in! No knocking.
Greetings, Triss.
Have you lost your mind? You went after Imlerith by yourselves? To the Sabbath? How could you put Ciri in danger?
She didn't really give us a choice.
Ciri had to do it. I couldn't let her go alone. You'd have done the same in my boots. Besides, I was there the whole time. Had the situation under control. Mind if we change the subject? Past burning pyres on the way into town. Non-humans on them.
Things grow worse by the day. No mages left in the city, so the hunters had to find someone else to victimize. We need to resolve everything as quickly as possible and leave Novigrad.
Any success with the Lodge? Anyone out there willing to help?
It doesn't look good. Ida outright refused, while Francesca won't budge from her little realm with a war raging. We don't know about Fringilla. Haven't been able to contact her.
And the others? Kira? Margarita? Philippa?
Kira? I thought you, of all people, would know.
Few can refuse a sorceress.
What happened to Kira?
Kira Metz certainly had her ways, but when she demanded the Mage Alexander's notes, I had to turn her down. Kira needed that, as she needed the impetus to start anew. She found it where she least expected to. Years later, known for discovering the cure for the Catriona plague, she was thankful none remembered her time in hiding as a village witch. I've seen worse matches. Hope things work out for them.
I hope they work out for us, and we actually find Philippa and Rita.
I remember what happened to Kira. She took off running with Lambert, right? They had some business to take care of together. Bow. Chicka. Wow.
Know where they are?
Yennefer's looking into Rita's whereabouts. I have to figure out where Philippa is.
Know what Jens found out?
You'll need to ask her. I've been busy trying to find Philippa.
Got it.
So, learn anything?
A few things that could be interesting. Prefer the long version or the short?
Tell me everything. I want the details.
After fleeing Loch Muin, Philippa ended up here in Novigrad. She sought help from her former lover, the sorcerer Arthur de Vliester.
Philippa and a former lover? Something tells me happily ever after is not how that story ends.
Philippa had made a fool of him once. Arthur was out for revenge. He convinced her she'd be safest as an owl. She transformed, and he placed a Dimeridian band on her leg. The mage hunt started shortly afterwards. Sadly, Arthur fell victim. They auctioned off his estate. Just so happened a certain dwarven acquaintance of ours stumbled on the auction.
Zoltan. Huh. So Philippa was here under our noses the whole time?
Was, precisely. Zoltan lost her in a card game a few days ago.
So Philippa was the owl that has been in the downstairs portion of this area forever now. I remember that.
That's Zoltan for you.
A man showed up here, fleeced Zoltan bare, then proposed they play for the owl. Naturally, he won, then politely thanked Zoltan for the game and left.
Who was it? Know where he lives?
He's not from here. No one knows him.
Great. We got any leads?
We have this.
What about Zoltan?
That Philippa the Owl's feather? Thinking divination?
Specifically hydromancy and a form of sortilege. We need a fountain where we won't be disturbed.
Huh. That's a much better idea than asking Zoltan.
One outside the Passiflora could work.
Good idea. Let's go.
Dude, I like Trish. She's freaking cool, man.
We're here.
Nice and quiet. Shouldn't be any disturbances.
Let's begin. Observe the water's surface carefully. We can't let anything go unnoticed. Graham et thuir, Robert Mecale, Alfelte. Graham et thuir, Deagnis Kerle, Espirshena a et Clates.
Looks familiar. A bathhouse. I know the place. Dijkstra.
There's
He
no
has her.
freaking way
His bathhouse.
Dijkstra won the
Might
owl.
have guessed as much.
You think he knows?
Was that the past or the future?
The recent past. We have to hurry.
Let's go to the bathhouse. Might not be too late.
Come on.
Alright, I'm wondering if Dijkstra actually knows that what the owl is. If he realizes that it's Philippa. Dude, it's taken a minute. It's been a while since we played this game. And I'm still trying to get back in the groove. AR, welcome.
I hope we get there in
Hello.
time. I hope Dijkstra hasn't already hurt her.
The possibilities are many. Could be Dijkstra that got hurt.
Not likely. Dijkstra never forgave her for sending assassins after him.
Okay, so Dijkstra
No
might
doubt about
know.
it.
Weakened, maybe. But still a powerful sorceress. If Dijkstra's men take the Dimeridium off, Philippa will kill them before they can say, oh shit.
Oh,
Guess they underestimated Philippa.
it sounds like they're already taking the Dimeridium band off her leg.
Surrender! This place is a maze, witch! You'll never get out! Goddamn fools! After
I forgot
her!
she was blind. She's got good aim, though.
We'll handle this.
Oh no, no, no! The sorceress stays here.
We're going together.
Not a chance.
Oh, I'm
It's
gonna have
fine,
to kill
Gil.
him.
I'll stay, in case she tries to flee this way.
Fine. Be right back.
Alright. I was gonna say, I'll freaking slay you right now, buddy. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, this is interesting.
Damn, she cast a spell on them.
Mafio, hello again, sir. Can I loot these guys? Doesn't look like it. I can loot this, though. Saw an interesting video? What kind of interesting video are we talking about here, Sir Mafia, sir?
Philippa, wait.
I am your master now. You're to protect me, understood? Stand here. Let no one pass.
Can I get this guy? 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 Alright, he blocked it. Got him. Hold on, I need to rest here for just a second so I can refresh my potions. And I have a feeling we're going to be fighting Dijkstra's golem that he has down here. He's not a golem, he's, what is he? He's a cave troll. Hi, buddy.
We shall no past go. Bertie, birdie, no say.
Damn it, cast a spell on him too. She's hurt. Did you see that? I want to help her.
Birdie, no past go say. But no let past go.
Ever had a stomach ache?
Ache. Aye. But once old drowner eat.
Her stomach aches like she just ate 100 old drowners.
But no want. Drowner make ache very bad.
Let me pass. I can help her.
But let past go. Which shall help.
Aw, what? Aw. Well, dude, Bart is such a sweetheart. I love that you can actually, like, negotiate with the trolls, dude. It's so fun. The title was Federal Court Assault Weapons Not Covered by God. Second Amendment. Mafia, you're gonna get me banned from YouTube.
Fucking die. Don't hold your breath.
I don't think that that's true. That sounds absolutely insane that they would consider that as like a factual statement. I disagree with that. I think that that's not true at all. I think they should absolutely be covered by the Second Amendment.
I'm not out to hurt you.
Bollocks! You will not take me.
I want to help you.
Ha! Forgive me, but I just don't believe you.
Oh, snap. Bro, she's summoned a friggin'
You gotta be kidding me. Not good.
Got him. Nice
What's
loot.
happened?
Enemy.
So quiet all of a sudden.
Lady, I'm coming after you. Stop throwing things at me.
Stop squirming. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be long dead by now.
What do you want? To torment me? To watch others do so?
I need your help.
Betray me, and I will.
Relax. Not planning on it. Triss is outside. She'll explain everything.
Huh. Moth, I hope that that doesn't pass properly. What you're talking about with the
Deepest apologies.
whatever they're trying to do with that bill.
The lady will come with me.
Dijkstra, I don't have time for this. Get out of my way.
I've no quarrel with you, Geralt, but Phil and I have lots to talk about. Remember the assassins you sent after me, darling Phil? A grave error. Such matters ought to be handled personally, as I will now demonstrate.
Uh-oh.
I remember your little bond, but this is no time for a lover's quarrel.
But it's an excellent time to settle a score. Philippa will come with me, and answer for all the courtesies she's paid me.
Always knew the value of information, Dijkstra.
Which is why I don't believe you have anything I don't already know.
The Emperor of Nilfgaard wasn't able to sway the Trade Corporation.
Opposition nibbling at his arse, eh? Seems the white flame won't dance on the graves of his foes much longer.
His daughter has returned. The Emperor wants to abdicate, give her the throne.
Cyrilla? Impossible. This could shift the tide of war. Provided, of course, you're not mistaken.
Emperor himself told me. So, information's firsthand.
Emir's a lying whore.
When it comes to his daughter's future, doubt it.
You've no idea of the importance of this information. A change on the Imperial throne could bring the war to an end. Radovid's sure to be delighted. If Emir sounds the retreat, there'll be no force left that could possibly stop that madman. Especially in light of our bloody aborted plan.
You didn't actually believe you could do it. Radovid's crazy, but he's no idiot. Knows all too well there are dozens out there who—
Silence!
Do I understand you correctly? You want to kill Radovid? Well, Siggy, I am impressed. Doubted you still had it in you, frankly. Sadly, as you well know, Radovid has sought refuge on his boat. He's guarded so closely, I'd not be at all surprised to learn he shares his bed each night with 2 sentries.
You know too much, Phil. Yet one more reason why you must die.
Think you might want to hear her out. Dare say Philippa despises Radovid at least as much as you do.
I'm content someone apart from myself has finally gotten the idea to rid the world of the degenerate.
Save your praise for others. I couldn't give a shit.
Currently, only 2 individuals stand to draw Radovid off his boat. Emir and myself.
You'd agree to be the bait?
I fear you'd be hard-pressed to convince Emir to dangle himself as such.
Fat fucking chance. Geralt, I wouldn't trust this cunt to hard-boil my eggs.
Rightly so, I'm terrible with eggs. But think on this. Radovid hears that you've captured me. Will he not throw caution to the wind? Will he not jump at the chance to kill me, personally, with his bare hands?
Out of the question. Geralt, get her out of here before I burst her testicle. And then we must meet with our friends. I've leased a warehouse port side. Be sure to come.
Alright, that worked out well.
Sorry to take so long, but I had to deal with the guards.
Hello, Triss.
Philippa, are you alright?
I've been better.
I'll get you out of here.
Gonna be alright?
Yeah, thanks for your help.
Dude, Mafio, I would imagine that more than just yourself are quite upset with the situation going on with that bill that you're talking about. And that gets complicated, man, because, like, the amendments are kind of left up to the interpretation of people, like, that run that stuff today, right? And the more complicated aspect of it is about, like, they didn't have the same level of, if you want to, what do you want to call it? Like, just for lack of a better term, they didn't have the same level of artillery when the amendments were written that we have today. So I could understand why they would try to persuade people that more advanced weaponry is not covered by the Second Amendment. But at the same time, how could it not be? Because it is a reasonably vague statement saying that, like, you have the right to bear arms, right? And I don't think that, geez Louise, lady, how about you just calm it down a little bit? I don't think that there's any reason why they should pass that bill. I think that sounds absurd that they would even be considered. But regardless of what happens, there will be people that are very upset, and there will be people that fight against it in one way or another, right? That would explain the rallies that you're discussing, right?
Yes, Geralt?
What do you mean, yes, Geralt?
Look what I picked up.
Come on, we have to decompress him.
I think it's a soldier.
We'll know soon enough. Come with me. I know a place where the walls don't have ears. Everything's ready. Let's get to work.
Place is pretty grim.
True. It looks like a vampire's hideout. Which is why we can be pretty sure no one will bother us here. Give me the figurine and stand back.
Let's try to decompress this one. Anything I can do to help?
Yes, be quiet and try not to disturb me.
Yeah, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
In Allen, Dwana, Ar Ice.
Verder and the Kerzer!
Who are you? What am I doing here? Es a pond.
Who are
Freak,
you?
what up?
What's the last thing you remember?
Oh.
I remember a hill.
Wait, hang
Battle.
tight.
I had orders for a unit. I remember a sorceress. Her hair like flames. She cast a spell. The right flank was to attack. Hit the shield bearers.
The right flank didn't attack, and the sorceress was Lita Nade, known also as Coral. I was there too.
Coral!
This happened long ago.
Shit.
You're exhausted. Always happens with compression. Get some rest.
Yes, I should.
Once you've recovered a bit, you should find Ambassador Varatra. He's sure to help. Good luck.
Okay, that was a little bit less
That
useful
was
than I thought it would be.
interesting.
And exhausting. Oh, to fall onto a feather bed and sleep till I woke.
Okay, that was... Hold on, we don't want to follow Avalok yet. We want to do something else. We want to meet Dijkstra. We want to do that one. So you got your last piece of the Enduring Legacy to get the 4th copy cooking and max it out. Whoa, baby! Spent an hour farming up the amorphic mats just to get the first opening. Oh, no! Dude, part of me wants to open every single amorphic pattern as soon as I get it. But, like, I also know that that's not the best way to do it. To run back and forth and back and forth. It's just, it feels like a little bit of a waste of time. But in the back of my head, I know that if you farm up 10 or 20 amorphic patterns, you'll open it and get it first try, dude. At least you got it, though. And, I mean, I don't think it's an issue having extra amorphic patterns. I want to hope that, like... whenever they develop whatever shop we talked about, that they would be able to, that we would be able to trade in our items, you know, like exchange all this extra junk that we don't need. I would hope that amorphic patterns would be included in that. So like, I want to see this happen, right? We're talking about the first Descendants, by the way, in case anybody's confused. I want to, kind of like how with modules, you can combine 4 of the same one together and get another one. I want to see that happen, but with amorphic patterns. Or even like character items, right? Like if you have 25, if you have 25 Jaber stabilization catalysts like I do, I want to be able to combine 4 of them together and have a chance to get another random character stabilization catalyst, yeah? I think that would be cool, man. Amorphic patterns like that too, and whatever else that you can kind of set your mind on. I think that would be a really good addition to the game. So that way, like, all the stealth missions you do, and the 85, 60, or, you know, pattern 63s that I have no interest in ever opening, combine them together, slap a, you know, say it's 2, 3, 4 of them combined together, and it gives you a chance at a random amorphic pattern.
What's left to think about? Shackle the Horson! He was out to murder me!
What's going on here?
What's the problem?
Fuck! Another non-human! You're everywhere!
Silence! Now we'll do this quick. I've got a little witcher chore. You willing?
Little chores aren't usually worth the pay.
Well, this will be, don't you, Fred? Now just be quick about it. I've wasted enough time on these two pricks. They share a warehouse. Monsters cropped up in it.
Cropped up? On its own? You put it there. You meant it to rip my noodle off so you could get your paws on my goods.
Don't try to spin this, shorty.
I don't care who's sick the ghoul or the strigger on who. Beast's got to be dealt with. That's that. So what'll it be, would ya?
Alright, we'll do it. We'll do it.
Fine. I'll see to it.
I'll not have it. Non-humans, they stick together. These two are like to prove it's no ghoul at all, but my dear departed Nan.
I didn't get a good look at the mug, but now you mention it, it could very well be.
Shut it! Or I'll send inspectors to your storehouse just as soon as the monster's dispatched.
That won't be necessary.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't be necessary, you freaking prick. Alright, let's do this little side quest real quick. Yeah, Krieg, I think it'll be interesting. I hope that they do it well as well. That's it. That's the whole. Usually they come in pairs of like half a dozen.
Neckers rarely venture anywhere alone.
That's what I was just thinking. You know what that tells me? That tells me that that store owner actually did place that little monster in here. But yeah, dude, I don't know. I think that with as much frustration as in the community right now with all that extra junk and the desire for some sort of store to trade items in, I would imagine that they would have the best interest in mind of us as players, right? They want to do it well.
So, you take care of the beast?
Yes.
I knew hiring which would be quickest. So, figure out how it got in there.
You hired me to kill the beast, not investigate.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just I'll still have to muck around in the matter. Would have paid extra not to. Here, this is for you. And we'll go to the garrison, talk to the captain. He can try to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that that store owner placed that monster inside of there, because Neckers usually travel in groups of like 6 or 7, 8, 10, 12 sometimes, you know what I mean? So, alright, let's meet Dijkstra. He should be right here. Dijkstra. Hello.
Who's there?
Witcher Geralt.
Get in here. Boss awaits upstairs. Bloody tell us what this is about.
Just as soon as Geralt arrives.
I'm here.
Witcher, at last. Now, we're all present.
Then up the fucking creek. Why have you summoned us? Radovid's on his ship. We'll not get to him there, I've told you.
Stop it! I've an idea how to draw him onto dry land. But all in due course. Let's start by confessing our sins. I let Philippa Eilhart in on our plan. Mea culpa.
Bravo. Bloody bravo.
Now, it's not a disaster. The Lady Sorceress is highly unlikely to warn the brat. What's more, she's willing to help us kill him. Naturally, it's nothing I'll ever agree to. But Phil, she's inspired me. Call her my muse.
Inspired you to do what?
Patience. We've yet to get to the substance of the matter. Geralt, do I recall correctly that Radovid's hired you to find Philippa?
Yeah. He is very nosy, but yes.
Only thing I've found is her hideout. What's your point?
We can use Philippa without involving her, provided you help. Radovid expects you to report to him, bring him information about her. All you need to do is mention her name, intimate that you've a lead, you're on her trail.
Oh, he'll swallow that. Hook, line, sinker, and a good bit of the rod as well.
The rod, huh?
No, out of the question. If that's how you want to do it, I'm out.
Geralt, are you yellow?
Gave it a thought, saw the light. Never should have gotten involved. Farewell, Kingslayers.
Well, the prick just popped our pumpkin.
I don't think that was the right decision. I thought it was going to open up a different option. And that's my bad. Hold on a second. 1223? Wait, 112. Let's go back here. Oh, I forgot to move the freaking notification bar. I'm sorry, whoever just subscribed. Welcome to the party. Alright. I fixed it. That's my bad. Yeah, I thought it was going to open up another opportunity for having a chat with him. That's my bad. We're going to go back and do the other decision. I want to kill the king, or whatever his freaking face is, whatever level of authority he holds. We need to get him out of there. I was just hoping to not have to go on this like massive adventure and do stuff. I thought it was going to be quick and easy. Lag? Alright, we're good.
Awful pale you are.
Was it this door? It was the other door. Yeah, there we go.
Who's there?
Witcher Geralt.
Get in here. Boss waits upstairs.
Just as soon as Geralt arrived.
I'm Heather.
Wait.
Alright.
We can use
Jack Smithy with a new freaking profile picture. This guy. What's up, brother?
Let's say Radovid bites.
That's enough smite for me.
And none of that's a given. What then?
You'll tell him you found Philippa's hideout. Somewhere where we can easily set a trap and ambush. Suggestions?
Bridge to Temple Isle. Built up both sides. Lots of nooks, gates. Easy to block off from the rest of the city.
Good idea. I'll divide my men, post half on one end, other half on the other, by the gate. And in the middle, Vess, with a well-oiled crossbow.
You see, Geralt, all we ask is that you invite Radovid out for a stroll, bring him to the bridge. We'll take care of the rest. So what'll it be?
I'm in. But once it's done, what then? There'll be an uproar in the city. Panic, maybe. Need a place where we can wait it out.
Thought of that already. Remember Madame Irina's theatre? Abandoned now, not a soul looks in there. Tala and I will await you there.
Await us? Unwilling to risk your own necks?
Not the point. Dijkstra and I have many cocksucking virtues, but fighting ability's just not one of them. Not as fit for that as we are for a bleeding beauty pageant.
Don't worry, Geralt. My people are battle-hardened. They'll manage. You just bring them the king.
Do what I can. Where's his ship moored these days?
Just round the corner, in Novigrad's port. And for your sake, I hope he's in a good mood when you look in on him.
Aw, Smithy, dude, I'm sorry to hear about your computer, dude. Your old pooter. I hope that, I don't know, whatever action you plan to take, if you send it back to the distributor or whoever manufactured it.
What the hell are you doing here?
Geralt,
I hope they fix it
don't
up.
ask questions you know the answers to. It makes you look stupid. Eavesdropping on your conversation, naturally, with a good deal of interest and a measure of wonder.
Mind telling me what you found puzzling?
Your naivety. Do you honestly believe Radovid will fall for such a crude ruse?
Might be tough to trick, but I think I'll manage.
I hope you take a more serious approach to confronting the Wild Hunt. Provided, of course, you survive long enough to undertake it.
Philippa, why even tell me this? Concerned about me that much?
Not at all. It's because I think it vital that Radovid die. You don't want my help, more's the pity. But I shall do what I can to make certain you don't fuck it up. Here, take this.
A ring. Redanian eagle etched in the ruby.
It belonged to Vizimir, Radovid's father. Hand him that, and he may believe you captured me. He might even choose to trust you.
Nice. I like that.
Helpful. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Believe me, I'm prepared to do much more to be rid of Radovid. Good luck, Geralt.
All right.
You'll need it.
That was totally unnecessary. What an exit, dude. Alright, yeah. That helps.
The eternal fire will guide us.
The eternal fire burns in the heart of Mafia Bill.
Look familiar.
A man of many wonders and only a few gaggers. on an evening of American Beauty.
I'm dying of poverty.
A man of many gaggers, but only on such events as the 4th of July. I can't stop with that word. Mavia, you should have never said that word.
Why are you looking at me outside, Grey?
I'm gonna make, if I ever start creating like merchandise for the channel, that's gonna be a t-shirt. Like 100%. It's gonna be a beaver, like an animated beaver just scarfing down hot dogs, and it'll be like got gaggers on the back, you know? Like got milk, but got gaggers. God, that would be funny.
Witcher Geralt.
That's me.
What do you want?
An audience. Got new information about Philippa Eilhart.
I'll need your weapons.
That's fine.
Now follow me.
Yeah. That's okay.
Your Majesty, the Witcher, with news of Philippa Eilhart.
I hope you brought something better than magic crystals this time.
I know where she is.
Perhaps. Or perhaps you seek to trick me, like the others.
I'm a professional. Got a reputation to uphold. Be stupid of me to come to you empty-handed.
My father's ring. Philippa used it to stamp her decrees, then distribute them as the word of the king.
Wow.
Where is she?
Under your nose, sire. In Novigrad. In a house on the bridge leading to Temple Isle.
Why haven't you brought her to me?
Gotta capture someone to take them anywhere. All I did was track her down, then stole this ring as proof that I had.
Do you fear her?
No. You want to kill her yourself. With your own hands. I know this.
You shall come with me. Hubrecht, gather the men.
How many, sire?
All of them.
Alright, dude. I like it. All of them. Bring them all.
Well, where is she? Where is Philippa?
What, bro, have
like
you
I
opened
said,
your eyes?
House on the bridge. Closer to the other end.
Where are my weapons at, though?
Close off this end. We need no guests, no innocent bystanders, or witnesses. Damian, Duke, Egbert, Freak, Caspar. You shall stay here. Secure the rear.
That dude's name is
kill
Freak.
the Witcher.
Do who what?
This how you reward those who serve you?
It is how I punish those who irritate me. You know too much. You impede me too often.
What the crap, dude?
And I find your arrogance an annoyance. I've had men killed for less. Follow me.
I'm gonna slay all of you with my bare hands.
Any last words? Oh, fuck!
Free the Witcher, then Radovid.
Nice, dude. We got our sword back.
Hang on, Geralt. On our way.
50% royalty fees? Mafia, what the crap, dude? Got him.
All right.
Thanks for your help.
Plan's gone to hell. So be it. We'll improvise. Follow me, Geralt. We must get to Radovid before reinforcements arrive.
Loot. I got a loot. Yeah, I can't go anywhere without picking up all the loot. I can't reach him.
Head for a scratch.
Yo, get out of my way. What? Teammates.
Shoot at will!
Alright, I guess we're killing them all. Oh, I thought I blocked that. I really want to loot these bodies, man.
They're trying to surround us. I'll take them.
Now, together!
Head for a scratch.
Slammed, I guess. Dude, it's really, really hard fighting with teammates in this game. All they do is get in your way. They literally don't benefit you at all. And even when they do hit the enemies, they do next to no damage. The only teammates that I've been like, you know what, that was actually really good, was Hira and Triss. Because they just sit in the back and swing with magic. Holy crap.
All right?
Thanks for your help.
Plan's gone to hell.
Look at that barrel.
We'll improvise. Follow me, Geralt. We must get to Radovid before reinforcements arrive.
Dude, that barrel was getting ready to friggin' explode, man. Alright. Gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot. Gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot, 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 gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot, loot, loot.
Come here, Whoreson! Shoot at will!
Damn, dude, I love chopping people in half. What the crap, dude? There we go. Dude, I don't understand why it won't let me parry. Maybe I'm just rusty. There we go.
Try to get round him!
Yo, dog?
Your Majesty, there are too many. Fuck you must hide, sire. There!
Mistake.
Got him. Dude, there's so many enemies here. Yo, get out of my way, fool. Yeah.
It's a witch man.
That was a lot of enemies. Yeah, I don't think you're getting through that gate, my friend.
Open up! I command you to open the door!
Oops.
You needed merely to ask.
Did she just blind him?
That settles the score. And that was from the heart.
He took her eyesight like many, many years ago.
Forgive me. I
yeah.
could not deny myself the pleasure.
How did she? Where? Why? How the fuck?
Eavesdropped on us, back at the warehouse.
What? And you didn't think it worth mentioning?
Lads, the time to discuss this is later. Radovid is dead. It matters not by whose hand. Mission accomplished. Now let's get the hell away. Place will be thick with Redanians in minutes.
But I need the loot.
Let's go.
No. Look, I'll meet you there. I'm gonna loot the bodies. Why would they do this? Why would they put all the bodies in the ground and then not let you loot them? Well, I put the work in. Give me the swords.
Well, what? Is it done?
It's done. Though all did not go according to plan. More on that later. First, a stiff drink and a toast. The North. Temeria.
Temeria!
Wonderful.
Bloody Temeria!
Temeria. What now, Roach? A new guerrilla campaign against the Black Ones?
No. The war just ended.
How's that? There's something I don't know about?
I'd say so. You see, tomorrow at noon, the commander of Army Group Center will sign a truce in Emir's name. A truce whose wording we agreed with Dijkstra.
So back there in Velen, when the trolls nabbed you?
Yes, I was returning from the last round of talks. Emir will keep Eredin and Lyria, but in exchange for Radovid's head and a stop to guerrilla activities, he will withdraw from Temeria.
Which will become the Empire's vassal state.
Self-ruled internally, with its own courts, administrative structures and army. The silver lilies will bloom neath the rays of the great sun. So I say were I a poet. But I'm not, so all I'll say is there was no other fucking way.
You don't know Emir. He'll outwit you. Take your toys as if you were children.
Oh, don't you fret. We've heads on our shoulders, eyes all around. Take Dijkstra, for instance.
If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. That but this blow might be the be-all and end-all here.
What's that?
Vakmeth, Act 1, Scene 7. Always wanted to play that. Never cast as anything but a halberdier. Geralt, what Tala told you, put it out of your mind. There will be no truce with Nilfgaard. Redania, under my enlightened rule, will fight on until it wins. And when it does, it will unite all the North, including Temeria.
What? Ow! This is not what we planned and agreed.
True. Instead, we insisted on one realm's questionable sovereignty. And to recover it, we gave Emir virtually all the North's other kingdoms. It was not a wise arrangement. So, no deal.
You two-faced whoreson. I will not allow this.
Actually, you, Roach, should be the first to understand I've no choice.
Why the hell would I understand?
Because you too are a patriot. Geralt, this doesn't concern you. You may go. Fare thee well on your path, or whatnot.
That's not gonna happen, dude.
Can't let you kill them, Dijkstra.
Oh, hard luck. Then you'll die with them. Kill them all.
I don't think they realize what they're doing. I can't reach anybody. Man, I didn't want to hurt Dijkstra.
And I always liked you.
I liked Dijkstra too.
Fire, you dimwits!
Yikes, dude. I feel bad about that one. But everybody else is way more important.
Bloody hell! Bugger me sideways!
That was close. Very close.
I can't believe Dijkstra
It's
thought he was
hardly
going to take
over.
us all out.
The envoy, due to meet the Nilfgaardians tomorrow. No doubt Dijkstra ordered him killed. We'll need to protect him.
Sorry, you're on your own.
You've had your fill of politics, I understand. Once it's over, come to Vizima. You'll be received with honors. Farewell, Wolf.
Yeah, that got interesting. That was like one of the last things I expected. I thought Dijkstra was cool. I thought he was all about it. John Davis, what's up? It's going well. You had to kill Roach, Vess, and Taller. One Dijkstra makes a good point, and the other is you like Dijkstra too much. I did like Dijkstra a lot, but to be honest, I liked the other guys better. I thought Dijkstra was incredibly intelligent, but I also thought that he was pretty selfish, and like, he didn't seem like he had the best intentions of the people in mind. He did make good points. I'm not going to argue that. But he seemed like he was more so at it for himself than he was for the people. Whereas Roach, Vess, and Thaler, they seem to be much more in tune with the people. They want to do what's right by all the humans, right? Well, not just the humans, but the non-humans too, right? Plus, Dijkstra really wanted to kill, what's-her-face? Philippa. And we kind of need Philippa. Philippa's a good lady. She's got a lot of value as far as, like, how we can use her to benefit us with fighting the Wild Hunt. That sounds bad when you say it like that. But I think she would be a great asset in fighting the Wild Hunt, whereas Dijkstra would never even consider it. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I need to rest and refresh potions. We need to check quests. Okay, we're gonna go talk to Yennefer. I'm glad that we killed the king, though. I forget his name already, but he was a piece of work. I didn't like him at all.
Scram before I lose my patience.
I don't remember if I've played this guy in Gwent before. Oh! What the heck? Wait, he's not down here. Oh, there's an herbologist here. An herbarian. Somewhere.
Witcher.
Wait. Oh, he might be. Oh, you know what? He's in the sticks, and the sticks. He's on the other side of this wall, and we have fought him. I remember this. Hello. Yennefer's getting a little dance.
Buy you a drink?
I'm afraid the dishwater's as good as it gets in this establishment. Imlerith, was that your idea or Ciri's?
We'll take the blow.
Mine.
Lying didn't always come so easily to you.
If you intend to...
I was about to say, it's nice that you protect her. And you did the right thing to go with her.
Charming place. Why are you here?
You'll find out soon. In the meantime, tell me about Philippa.
Triss and I found her and freed her. It turned out Dijkstra had her, but the situation's under control.
That's a relief.
So, gonna tell me why you're here?
I was able to establish Margarita's whereabouts. The prison in Oxenfurt.
Snap,
I also
dude, she's
learned
on top of it,
the identity
huh?
of the man who escaped from there. He should arrive shortly.
Yeah, dude. That's what John Davis, I agree with that. I think that it doesn't really make much sense that Dijkstra wanted to fight. Personally, I don't think that it seemed like the right decision that he wanted to kill the other guys either. I think that he most definitely could have come to some kind of compromise, even though they were in a disagreement with what they all wanted, right? And Dijkstra on the other end of things saw no other option but to kill them. So he did send the guards after him, but no, Dijkstra is not a fighter at all. He's a politician, right? He's incredibly intelligent. It doesn't make sense that he wanted to fight. And no, with Geralt right there too, of all places, like, maybe if Geralt wasn't there, he and his guards had a chance, but even that, like, with Geralt standing there, that was my first thought. I was like, why would he even bother trying to do this with us here? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. But maybe he saw it as he didn't have any other options. It did seem like it was kind of a flop scene, I'm not gonna lie. And I didn't like the fact of having to choose between those guys. I thought that everybody could get along with each other nice and easy, but I don't know. Yeah, if I had to choose over again, I would definitely pick Vess and Thaler and Roach over Dijkstra, even though I did like Dijkstra a lot.
Talk to Triss. Reconvening the Lodge? It's not going so well.
Dangerous times, especially for sorceresses. Each thinks 5 times before sticking her neck out, and I can't blame them.
What do you know about this fugitive?
I know he's the only one ever to escape from Derard. Every guardsman in the city now seeks him.
Sure he can be trusted?
We'll soon find out. He just walked in. Abbe Faria?
Who's asking?
We'd like to talk.
Damn.
Well, that wasn't necessary.
Best run and get him.
Why would he do that? Man, this isn't Assassin's Creed.
These humans grow wilder by the day.
Long live.
Got him.
Thought you'd agreed to meet.
I said I'd found him, not that I'd spoken to him.
What do you want from me? Let me be.
Calm down, we just want to chat.
And then stick a sieve between my ribs. Leave me in the gutter.
Look at us. Do we look like bandits to you?
No. No, not really.
I'm glad you agree. Besides, you'd be worthless to us dead.
So you shan't hurt me?
No. You're gonna tell us your story, then be on your way.
Well, so be it. But we really ought to go back to Kate's. It's unwise to linger in the street.
Drink up. It'll help.
Thanks. What do you want?
To get into Derard.
Find a hunter. Tell them you practice magic. They'll lock you up lickety-split.
We need to get in without anyone noticing. Tell us how you escaped, then get on with your life. They say Dayrod's better guarded than the keep at Vicovaro.
They choose the guards from among witch hunters. The worst dregs, rabid fanatics. If you only knew what they do to folk. Torture every day. The wheel, the rack. We only knew peace on holidays when they'd drink themselves blind.
They're allowed to drink on duty?
No, not officially, but you know how it is.
They say no one gets out of Dayrod alive.
Aye, so they say. My thought? Why not try it dead?
But they burn the corpses.
They didn't start burning them until they'd learned an old fellow like myself had escaped. Before, they dropped the stiffs into a great pit. The pit's connected to the sewers, and the sewers empty into the river. And once you reach the river, you're as free as a fish.
Interesting. So we could track back, right? And so if we go through to the river, through the sewers, up the pit, guards are drunk, sneak past.
So you played dead. No one caught on?
As a youth, I'd apprenticed with an apothecary in Silverton. Learned a thing or two about herbs. Sleeping mushrooms grew on the walls of my cell. And I found belladonna in the prison yard. Just had to mash them together and eat the pulp an hour before evening rounds.
You might have lost your life.
I prefer to die on my own terms, were that to be my fate.
So theoretically, we could get in the way you got out.
Assuming we don't mind the company of decomposing corpses.
Like drowners.
Assuming you can squeeze through the grate. They barred the outlet to the river after I escaped.
Explosives could take care of that.
For half the city to hear us? I've a better plan. Oxenfurt was built on elven ruins.
Which have to connect to the sewers somewhere. If we can find a way into the ruins.
We'll get into the prison.
See? Wasn't so hard.
One last bit of advice. Find a new tavern. Everyone here knows you.
Thank you. Whatever your plans, I hope they work out.
So do we. So long. What he said about the guards could prove handy.
True. Things will go more smoothly if we can get even a few of them drunk.
Zoltan ought to manage it. Ask him.
Of course Zoltan would manage that. Dude, I freaking love Zoltan. He's got to be my favorite character in the entire game. Did I chat with this guy? Yes, I have. I'm just trying to clean up a little bit. And I'm making sure that I've fought everybody in Gwent. And I've taken a card from every single person.
Welcome.
Zoltan.
Get out.
Novigrad doesn't seem like a safe place anymore. What's keeping you here?
I was keen on starting my own enterprise, but nothing came of it. Nevertheless, I took on some debt. Got to pay it back now.
Kinda like how you lost that owl, huh?
And treachery, but the truth is, I've got my own thick skull to blame. Rather not dwell on it, Geralt, if you don't mind.
They're holding Margarita at Dayrod. Got a plan to break her out, but we need your help.
What should I do?
Load a wagon with as much Mahakaman as you can find and drive it to Oxenfurt. Yennefer will give the signal. You'll drive through the gates and treat the guards.
Oh, these are terrible times. Since the mages left town, the hunters have taken to harassing non-humans. A dwarf lingering around the prison gates only stands to attract attention.
Right. Didn't think of that. I'll go straight to Yen in that case. She went to find a way into the ruins beneath the city.
Alright.
Nice talking to you,
that makes a
Zoltan.
lot of sense, actually.
See you later.
I wish my man were as brave
We'll
as
have
you.
order at last!
Alright, we're gonna head to Oxenfurt, I guess. When the time of the white frost comes, do not eat the yellow snow.
Long live Radovid!
Radovid's dead, buddy.
Long live.
Yo, Yennefer's here, but what about you? Do you play Gwent? Do you? I think I've played this guy. I'm stuck. I'm pretty sure I've played him before. He might not actually play. He does play, but played him. Let's just sell some junk while I'm here. Sell some junk, and make sure we're not missing anything interesting, which we're not. Just clean up the inventory a little smidgy. Alright, I don't think there's anything else I could do. I could probably convert my currency while I'm in Novigrad, but it's really not the end of the world.
So long.
Mafio. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Find a way in?
Several. Nearest is through a well not far from here. Did you arrange any help?
We'll manage on our own.
Shall we begin?
Let's do this. Sure the guards don't know about the passage through the ruins? Haven't planted sentries there?
They haven't.
How can you be sure?
Novigrad's hierarchs have taken great care to eradicate any and all memories of the city's elven roots. Even if anyone remembers the ruins are there, they have no recollection of how far and where they extend. And I'm absolutely certain no one's thought to place sentries there.
Hope you're right.
Yeah, and why are you so slow?
Here we are.
This is it? Boulder was plugging the well until recently.
Due to an edict Hemelfart issued some years ago. But I managed to find
Hemelfart.
2 brawny and obliging passers-by who agreed to remove the impediment. For a modest fee, naturally. Here.
What is this?
Use it once you find Rita. I'll be able to pinpoint your location.
Hemelfart.
Not coming.
Mucking through ruins and sewers? I'd rather leave it to the expert.
Meaning you'd rather waltz in once the hard work's done. Wet clothes. Oh, joy.
Whee! I'm stuck. Immediately. It won't be dark for long, I promise. What's this? What you got going on over here? What you got? 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 Drowners. Hiya. Hold on, let's do a little bit of looking. Because there might be some interesting loot around here that we would not have gotten otherwise for being down here. Yeah, like this. That's not good loot. You know, as fun as the story is in this game, I just want to play Gwent, dude. Brave hag. Got him.
Tomb Raider. Seems this one liked elven stuff.
Alright, I did go this way. Alright, alright, alright. I'm lost. De what? Wait. What? Ah!
Mechanism's broken. Missing a piece.
What if I just
Replace it with
blast the door
something
down?
else, maybe?
Find the missing part of the mechanism using your Witcher senses. It might be in the water. How did I miss this? Let me has this, please. Bunch of junk.
This'll come in handy.
Alright, that's better.
do it.
This place literally doesn't have squat. I was hoping for some cool blueprints or something. Hold on, I see chests. I gotta go check them out. I cannot say no. It is dark as crap. I was kind of hoping for some Witcher armor blueprints, but it's fine.
Reeks in here.
I'm okay. That was freaking close, dude. I should probably rest and refresh potions here in a second. Good night, Mafio. You get some sleep, sir. I was kind of feeling the same thing, dude. I'm tired today. We stayed up too stinking late last night, dudes. Yikes. Yeah. This place does not look friendly. Alright, hold on. Give it a sec. Let me rest.
So bored. Alarm! Intruders! I will.
Not too late to surrender.
Yikes, dude. I didn't expect guards, to be honest. Alright, we're fine. Can I have these keys? Thank you. You'd think maybe they'd mop the floor or something. It's just like... It's a lot. It's a lot of blood. I cannot rest.
Not enough. Know who you're fucking with.
That's a big sword. I can't block. Woo!
What is this?
That was close. Fell asleep at 6, woke up at 11. Dude, get some rest, man.
Who's that? Geralt.
You do your thing, son.
God, I'm hallucinating.
Getting you out of here.
No chance. We'll both die in here.
Sheila.
They captured her first. Her condition's critical.
It's pointless. He'll never open it without the key. The warden keeps them with him at all times. His room is upstairs.
Be right back.
Oh, she is not looking like she's had a good day, huh? Cow's milk. Hello. I'm here for your loot.
That stench.
What
Watch, he's whirling!
Yeah, you weren't gonna recover from that missing arm, dude. It's telling me to still go up directly above my head, though. Hi, dudes.
He'll cut us down! Raise the barricades! Archers on the roof!
Damn. Damn it. Damn.
Warlock! Fuck you to death! What?
Alright, hold on a second.
Onward! We're dying here!
How you getting here? Intruder!
Let's do this quick. Quicker. Maybe.
Quicker? There we go. Dude, he hit his own friggin' warden with an arrow. I can't believe he just hit his own warden. Like, the last thing you need to be doing is shooting your teammates in a situation like that. Alright, I know we're having a hard time with the health bar right now. But it's gonna be fine. Yeah, well, it was gonna be fine. What do you mean, I'm trying to open the door. She did.
What are you doing?
Yen insisted on coming.
Rita. Sheila. When I get my hands on the sons of bitches.
They're all dead.
Yenna. I shan't make it. Hold on. You must hold on.
I'm dying, Yenna. I'm a sorceress. Let me die with dignity.
I don't know, like some kind of healing magic or something.
Yen, get Rita out of here.
Geralt. Yenna, for once, don't argue with him.
I can't pass through the portal with you both. You'll need to get out on your own.
Don't
Thanks.
like portals anyway. Go.
Thanks, lady. Man, Yen put so much effort into that quest, didn't she? She really tried.
Funny. There was a time I'd have asked you not to do this.
No, you'd never have asked. You're too proud.
Woo! Can I loot? No. Alright, I think the best way out is going to be through the front door, right? There's no guards left to bother us. What you guys got going on over here? On over here, on over here.
Hard shot. Need to find another way out.
Alright. Are we gonna do the Assassin's Creed dive into a hay bale or something? Yeah, we are. Wow! What the crap? Someone could just put a ladder there, man. That was the great escape right there, jumping through that wall. Alright, hold on. I'm dying here, Jimmy. Alright, wait for daylight, apparently. Help Siri take care of her business in the Novigrads. Okay, let's do that.
You heard? Mage uprising. They've rioted in Dayrad.
You know what? We can fast travel.
Such a nice. What the devil?
What the hooza? Man, Mafia, you made me tired too. What the heck, dude?
And whosoever contributes to the cause, his sins shall be forgiven. Only unwavering faith in the power of... Just this morning,
Can I help,
Margarita
son?
came back from the market with news.
Looking for something in particular?
A pretty little trinket.
Want to give someone a present?
When I was last in Novigrad, I had my share of troubles.
So I heard.
A few people helped me then. Others, not so much. Now I mean to repay them both. Coming with?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
Lead the way.
We need to go to Temple Isle.
Don't remember you being religious?
Nor am I now. Let's go. Almost there.
Where are we going exactly?
To see Horson Jr.
Well.
Bit late for that. He's dead.
I asked Sultan, and he said Horson's alive and well on Temple Isle.
I was there. Stuck a sword in his gut.
Your hand must have slipped, because it seems he's recovered.
What?
Why are you doing this again?
I want to look him in the eyes.
What then?
I don't know. Depends what I see.
Dude, there is no way that man recovered from what we did. I don't know how that's possible. I guess that might explain his goons still sticking around, though, huh?
What?
Here to see Mr. Wiley.
Mr. Wiley's expecting important guests, so bugger off, you... turds!
We're turds, huh? That's the best he's got.
Deal, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. A deal.
Go on upstairs. Boss is waiting.
That's not your stomping ground.
That was strange.
To say the least.
I wonder what they're doing.
We'll know soon enough.
Alright, if I'm not gonna loot their bodies from killing them, I'm gonna have to take everything else they have. What's that man doing in his skivvies? Dude, serious slow. What the heck? Hurry up, lady. Hi, guys.
Well, well. Who do we have here? Finally found your little ward. Took your sweet fucking time.
Seems in fine health to me.
Ah, because you thought you killed me that time. Surprise the fucking prize. Shut your trap, witch! Before somebody fills that hole for you.
Enough! I'll finish what you started.
Whoa, whoa, stop, it's me, Dudu Bieberfeld. You really didn't recognize me?
Dudu?
Wait, Ciri. After the heist, after Dijkstra's vault was emptied, you vanished. How'd I find you? Quick.
Butcher's Yard, the Mama's Plate, Priscilla's. You dragged me onto the stage.
Sheathe your sword, Ciri. It's Dudu.
God, you give me quite the scare.
Alright, that makes much more sense.
Wouldn't have had to if you hadn't impersonated Whoreson.
What the blazes were you thinking?
Once we'd fled, I'd no idea what to do. I could only hide for so long. They'd find me sooner or later. It wasn't our decision. We knew he was dead, but not many others had caught on. That was my chance.
No one mourned for Whoreson Jr. In all his miserable life, he'd never helped a soul. Amusingly, once dead, he became a useful member of society. They say everyone deserves a second chance. Seems true enough. Whoreson got his, in a way, sharing it with a Doppler named Dudu.
That was so dramatic. Dudu.
That was courageous, Dudu. I'd never expect it from you.
Neither would I. Oh, by the way, you've no idea at the relief I feel you're alive and well.
And I'm relieved I didn't slit your throat.
Be careful, you could get found out.
Wiley's men are too stupid to catch on. His colleagues ain't much better. Mind you, even you were fooled.
And that might have ended very badly for you.
True. I get a bit carried away at times, but mostly I'm careful.
Chose an interesting line of business.
Dudu's always had a head for numbers. What's a few brothels and casinos? He'll manage.
That's the thing. I don't need to. 2 weeks after Wiley died, I announced I'd seen the light of the eternal fire. Sold all the illegal enterprises. I'm a blue water trader now.
Whoreson's men didn't protest?
I've contacts in the guilds. Run a thriving trade. Profits are twice what they were before. To Wiley's men, a purse twice as heavy means twice as much respect for the men handing it to them.
Nice, dude. Okay.
Time's up.
Right. We must still go by the Golden Sturgeon.
It was nice to see you both. And take care of yourselves.
You too.
So long, Dudu.
Dudu.
Why are we going to the Sturgeon?
To see a girl who helped me once.
Who might that be?
Friends of Dandelion's. Her name's Bee. She's a waitress at the Golden Sturgeon. Helped me contact Dandelion. I wish to thank her. She risked a lot.
Risked a lot? How's that?
The temple guard were breathing down my neck. If she'd been seen with me, she might have been flogged or worse.
Always getting into trouble.
I'd take after you.
Oh! What's this?
Pucker up and kiss my ass.
Dude, some of the civilians have the freaking most
It
ridiculous
was very
lines.
much like Novigrad, but the people there were much taller and had dark skin.
This somewhere in Zeracania?
No, in another world.
What's it like, hopping between worlds? Anything like passing through a portal? Or different?
A bit different. It was hard going at first. I wasn't very good at controlling it. So I had to concentrate intensely and hope I didn't land in the crater of an active volcano. The training I did with Avalok was very helpful. Now, I merely think of the place I wish to travel to, close my eyes, and it's done.
You know what? We should exchange our currency real quick. We're
How
here.
can I be of...
Got some...
You come to the...
Cool.
We'll have order at last! Long live...
We've been in this bar a handful of times. Wonder if our man's is still here.
Gave you a chance. Should have taken it.
I spit on anything you give me.
You'll regret that, you cow.
Mind your manners, you're talking to a lady.
Stay out of this. This is not your concern.
Sure it is.
You're a fucking freak too.
He is. Very dangerous at that. The butcher of White Orchard.
What'd he do there? Trim the trees?
Eugen. He slew half the village, dragged the bodies of the alderman and his wife behind his horse to Novigrad. Let's get out of here.
That's pretty good advice your friend's offering.
Sorry.
Dude, if my hair looked like that, if I had that one strip of hair hanging off the
Thank
top
you.
middle of my forehead, I'd
seem
probably
more
just cut it
determined
off.
this time. Shouldn't cross them, I told you.
I'm to bar non-humans from this establishment because some thugs threaten me. Not likely.
It's so good to see you, Bee.
And you, Ciri. Who's your charming companion?
Geralt of Rivia.
That Geralt! Very nice to meet you. I've heard so much.
Ciri, didn't you have something to take care of?
Right.
So, what brings you here, darlings?
I wanted to thank you for everything.
Oh, stop. Anyone would have done the same in my shoes.
Not many would have done it with such courage. Thank you. This is for you. A trinket to remember me by.
Oh my, it's beautiful. Thank you. So, will you stay for stew? And keep slaughtered a piglet this morning?
Thanks. But we must still visit Far Corners.
Ah, off to see Valdo, eh? Well, shan't stop you then. They'll feed you properly there too, no doubt. Farewell to you both. And do take care of our Witcher.
I will. So long.
Nice. Come on, Ciri, let's go.
So, your friend, Bee.
What about her?
Nothing. Seems nice.
Geralt, you're terrible.
What'd I say? What's there to see in Far Corners?
The camp of some traveling circus performers. Non-humans. When I came here before, I wanted to contact Triss. Life was hard. I quickly spent nearly everything the Baron gave me. Triss and I never met, because the temple guard showed up. I was a wanted woman afterwards.
Triss didn't try to contact you?
How could she? She didn't know anything. In fact, she thought she was to meet another alchemist wanting to flee Novigrad. I preferred not to put her in danger. I was being hunted. Had not a copper to my name. Then I met Valdo. He and his troop helped me. Then introduced me to Bee. And through Bee, I found out...
Where's this friend of yours?
There! Valdo!
Ciri, you devil incarnate, where have you been?
Come here, darling. Hello. What's this? Brought your granddad?
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Hagar,
back
you're
off, I ain't that
incorrigible.
old.
Allow me to introduce Geralt of Rivia.
Ah, greetings. We've heard heaps about you.
Mostly lies, I bet.
Ah, if it's a lie that since her youngest years you've been her friend and mentor, then indeed. She is a bold-faced liar. Well, good you're here. Come in the nick of time. Would have been gone by tomorrow.
You're leaving?
They're to start resettling non-humans shortly. We'd rather stay ahead of events.
I understand.
Problem is, we just lost 2 horses. And another 2 are too weak to haul anything.
Ah, we'll manage somehow. We don't leave till tomorrow, so naught to worry about today.
Yes, for some. I'm off to see a merchant. There's a chance I can trade our nags for a healthy horse. Wouldn't want Valdo to have anything to worry about tomorrow.
What's eating him?
Oh, don't worry. That's just how Agar is. Be back to his jolly old self by evening. What brings you here?
I've come to apologize. I disappeared so suddenly, then...
Ah, pish-posh. What matters is you're back, and you're well.
This is for you. All that you loan me, plus a small premium.
Ciri, you know I can't take this.
And you know I shan't let you refuse.
I know. We'll make it the pot for a wager. Do you still race?
Of course.
Then I challenge you. Geralt, will you join us?
I'm gonna win that.
Gladly.
A man after my own spirit. Come.
Geralt, Choose one of these.
I'm choosing one of these. I'm using Roach, dog.
That's it, Roach.
Siri's kind of fast, huh?
You were faster once!
Giving you a head start.
Dudes, I don't think they understand. I have, like, the greatest saddle in the game. You guys don't stand a chance, baby. I'm taking that cash with me.
Faster! You're trailing.
Watch where you're going or you'll fall. Can still beat you.
I let you win.
Lovely race! Well, this calls for a celebration. Stay the evening. We've several barrels of Kedwin's best. Bonfires to be lit soon, round which all will gather. This night shall be ours.
This guy seems like a good dude. I like him, especially since he kind of like risked everything and went out of his way to help Seer.
More wine?
Thanks.
I'm glad we stayed.
Me too. They like you here.
I like them too. Oh, I'd love to join them. Drink and race, travel from town to town, not worry a whit about anything.
Something worrying you now?
What awaits us?
Defeating the hunt won't be easy, but with the Lodge's support, Avalax, we can do this.
I fear fighting the hunt will only be the beginning. For me, at least.
What?
What do you mean?
You promised!
In jest? Sometimes I wish I could be like them.
Drunk?
Me too. Being a witch is a burden sometimes.
As is my inheritance. I'd so like to be ordinary.
Problem is, you're not. You were born to greatness.
As I've been hearing since I was born. All because of this damned elder blood. My gift. My curse. He granted me all of his powers, but it's also why I've spent my life fleeing, hiding.
Then it's time to end this. Once we defeat Eredin, you'll be free.
Really? Eredin's hardly alone. There are others. They have plans for me. It was the sorceresses of the Lodge once. Now it's my father. Even Yennefer.
You're forgetting Avalach.
Avalach's different. He is intent on my gift not falling into the wrong hands. Not spinning out of control. It's why he teaches me, protects me.
That's a tough one. I want to trust Avalach. And I somewhat do. But there is still something deep down just tickling my little chinny chin chin saying, I don't know about that dude, man.
If you say so.
You doubt it?
There'll come a day when Avalach will ask you for a favor.
Perhaps. But if so, it will be a very, very long time from now. And I'm certain whatever it is, he'll give me a choice. I will have the option to refuse.
Hope you're right.
That's Pablo. I plan to learn how to juggle one day.
Incredibly useful skill.
Finally found you two. Enjoying yourselves?
I'd rather know how you fared with the merchant. Managed to get some horses?
Lost cause. The man refused to trade. I said I'd buy. He asked 3 arms and a host of legs for 1 healthy animal. We need horses. But we'll have to find another way to get them.
Ho ho, I sense trouble.
I knew you'd warm to the notion. We mean to sneak into the man's stable, With 30 head, a few more or less won't make a difference in his life. Coming with?
Of course.
Why don't we just buy him for him?
Gotta be another way to solve this. Just so happens I got some coin I could lend you.
We'd have no way to repay you.
Wouldn't have to.
A generous offer, but not one to resolve this situation. The merchant didn't object to our coin. He objected to us. I'll not trade with such scum. Believe those were his words. And if he'll not trade, we've no choice but to steal from him.
Alright, I guess we don't really have much of a choice.
What can I do? Gotta help those in need.
Yes, yes, yes!
She's way
Say,
too excited
you didn't
about
seem the
robbing this
type to
man of
me.
his horses.
What type?
Steady. Time to go. We'll meet by the stables.
I mean, I'm happy to help him, but it would have been much better just to, like, maybe if we went there ourselves to buy the horses, that would have been better, but whatever.
Hagar, keep a lookout. Suri and I'll try to get inside.
All right. Fat gurn.
It's fine, relax, guys. Oh my gosh. Come on. Bro, those horses are so loud.
Gotta find another way in.
Wait, am I not inside the stables? Aye. Why are these horses so loud, dude? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Me a pass.
It's trying to tell me to go through this door.
Geralt?
Find a way inside the stables using your senses. I friggin' was just in there, dog. I can't believe this door didn't open from this side. Well, there's the key, dude.
Here's the key.
I'm such a nub.
Quick, get in here.
Finally.
The horses are so loud.
Woohoo! We did it! Excellent work! Did you see the two fools who tried to chase us?
Almost tripped over their own boots.
Thanks, Geralt. That was splendid.
Yeah, a nice change from killing monsters.
Thanks for your help, and for visiting.
It was so good to see you all again. Hang in there, and take care of yourselves.
Don't forget us. So long.
I must bid Valdo farewell.
All right. See you at Dandelions, then. Got some things to take care of in town.
See you, Geralt.
What do we have to take care of, man? I thought we were ready to go. Oh, meet Yen at the lodge. Okay.
He would always perform in a mask. His choice act.
Dude, we're level 37. That's good. So we're gonna meet Yen at the lodge of the sorceresses at Dandelion's Inn. Okay. Yeah, but what? She's gonna have her friend with her. I'm imagining they're gonna come up with some sort of plan as to what we do near, and Avalok is gonna want to meet us here soon. It'd be nice if we all work together, right? We go take care of the mission as a whole, but I have a feeling everybody's gonna be like kind of separated and doing their own thing, and we'll help them all individually. How do I get in there, dude? There's gotta be a front door. Wonder if those guys ever play different songs. Sup, yo?
Geralt.
What is it?
Nothing just yet, but something's afoot. Philippa and Margarita want to speak to me.
Don't waste any time, do they? I don't like this.
Neither do I. I bet they have plans for me. And they're deigning to inform me of them.
Not a conversation you're likely to avoid. I'll go with you if you want.
They'll weigh their words more carefully with you there.
Wouldn't be so sure. But 2 heads are better than 1. Let's get this over with.
Interesting.
You wish to speak?
To you, not to Geralt.
Geralt stays or we both leave?
Let him stay, Phil. He'd learn of it all anyways, eventually.
Fine then. So long as he does not interrupt.
Think of me as part of the decor.
The Lodge once had great plans for you. Important plans. Surely you remember. You were to complete your studies and become one of us. Unfortunately, that did not come to pass. We intend to revive the Lodge, and we renew our offer.
Sneeze.
You must join us. We are saddened our dear Sheila will not join in this endeavor, but the circumstances preclude any prolonged mourning. What is your decision? Will you join us?
As before, I'm to marry some princeling and become your puppet.
You were a child then, and we misjudged the situation. This time we offer you a partnership.
No equality in the Lodge? That's garbage. Some have always taken the reins, while others politely nodded.
A wise and capable sorceress finds the role, the position that best suits her.
And yours should be supreme. You deserve to lead.
What?
Realize, please, that you were made for great things. Work with us and you shall achieve them. Just as soon as we teach you to control your power, channel...
I have Avalark for that.
Yeah.
You allow this. Do you truly believe his intentions are pure?
Yeah.
I don't trust him. I don't trust you. But that doesn't matter. Ciri decides.
Sages invariably have hidden agendas. Altruism is simply not part of their constitution. You're a tool in his hands, even if you don't see it.
We will assure you knowledge and protection, but you shall be your own rudder, captain, and ship. And unlike Avalark, we can promise you this.
We don't expect you to commit now. Think it over, what you've heard, what you feel. We will speak when you're ready.
If that is all, then...
Let's get some fresh air.
I think Avalark is a lot more capable than the 2 of them. The 2 of them have been captured and in hiding and tortured and ripped apart, hunted down for years and years and years.
I don't know.
Whereas Avalark is
really
kind
want to
of...
talk about it.
He's been doing his
Going for a
thing. And he's done nothing but help Seer.
I hope she's...
She'll be fine. She's tougher than we think. You ought to visit Avalark. He wished to see you, apparently.
Yeah, we did kind of just leave him hanging a little bit, not gonna lie. Alright. Let's go hit him.
What village are you from?
Willows. It's into my area, 2 days' road from the Zuma.
Armed ruffians in town. Scandalous.
Basement. I remember this place. Okay. Alright, hold on. Brief intermission. Let me use the restroom quick. I'm gonna refill the coffee. It's hot and ready already. And then we're gonna jump right back into it. Uno momento. Alright. So, Avallac'h, dude. I feel like he's so much better. Well, alright, so it gets a little complicated, because those two ladies, they're really not nearly as capable as Avallac'h is, right? So Avallac'h fended off the Wild Hunt, right? He helped Sarah escape from the Wild Hunt, so he's so much more capable. The problem with that is that if his intentions take a turn for the worse, then he's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with. Which, I don't know.
The passage is here, past this wall.
Is it now? I see.
This is the place.
I love portals.
Once we enter, there'll be no returning until we reach Gel's. Ready?
Yes, let's go.
Remember, wherever you land, search for a place that looks like this one. We shall meet sooner or later.
Mean we'll be separated?
It's possible. I lack your ward's talent. Zirel is the Lady of Time and Space. I merely know how to use this arcane knowledge to a limited degree. It's time.
I'll take that as a we're gonna get separated type of thing, right?
I hate portals.
The bits, that's what it's called, not the sticks. I called it the sticks earlier. Well, this is a drawn out loading screen. My goodness. It got quiet and awkward. Do you think these guys play Gwent in this place? It's kind of nice looking. It reminds me of Ark. Oh. Oh. Why am I heavy?
Yes?
Where are we?
Welcome to the Didowet Desert.
This somewhere in our world?
Ever seen such canyons in your world? Come, you must go.
Dude, the freaking sky is gorgeous.
What is this place?
A very old world, thoroughly raped and destroyed.
Anything live here?
Mainly desert creatures, able to survive months on end without water. Oh, and large sand crabs beneath the surface.
Oh, that sounds fun.
We must be careful they don't sense us.
And before? Were there any people? Or elves?
Do you believe humanoids have a monopoly on destroying worlds?
So what did live here?
I would say
Sentient
yes.
monsters of some sort?
Look at those cliffs. Remind you of anything?
Look a bit like the bed of a giant river.
Or the bottom of a sea.
Mean there were water creatures here once?
No creatures. Merely a sea.
Trying to say that...
That there are many different worlds and even more forms of life. Many of them intelligent, much more so in fact than you humans. But as it turns out, not even that could stop them from exhausting all the resources of their world. To the last drop.
I was just gonna ask that question. I'm glad he answered. Dude, this place is really cool looking.
Ah, the portal.
Looks more like a ruin.
Appearances can be deceiving.
So what are we waiting for?
For it to open. Shouldn't take but a few moments.
Wait until the passage opens.
What's going on?
The sand crabs have sensed our presence.
Wonderful.
Great.
Betrayal!
Oh, okay, that's not what I thought a sand crab was gonna look like. There's so many of them.
Keep coming.
Them all. As soon as the portal. 3, 2, 1. Very good. On time.
What a relief.
Quickly, jump in.
Wait, can I loot him? I want to loot the crabs, though. Alright, fine. Well, this place is not quite as cool looking as I had hoped. So we did get separated. I think that's a place of power down below. That rock there on that little ledge?
Vapors don't look terribly inviting. I've gotta hold my breath. Any longer and I'd have suffocated.
I thought I was gonna die to fall damage, dude.
Should avoid those clouds, or bolt through them.
We're fine.
Magic. A place of power.
Did it not count? There it goes. Oh, we're just dead. I'm losing health. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm stuck. Oh, we're so dead. What the heck? I got cheesed by oxygen that time.
Have a look. There it is.
Okay, try again.
Vapors don't look terribly inviting. Damn it, gotta hold my breath. Any longer and I'd have suffocated.
I think I might be able to go left.
Place of power. It's gotta be.
I don't know. I thought I could go the whole way there, but maybe I go down and to the right, like through that way.
Should avoid those clouds, or bolt through them.
Alright, we're cool. I guess I could pop a potion of, like, water breathing, right? It doesn't, like, well, it's not a potion of water breathing, it just helps me hold my breath longer. Okay, apparently not. It's peaceful here. Kinda. What the heck? Wait, what about loot? Ooh. I didn't expect a portal to take us underwater. Gosh, those white loading screens are a killer. Through time and space.
Cold.
It's fine.
Freeze to death if I don't hide somewhere. And I gotta find that next passage quick.
Avaloq's taking us a little bit everywhere, huh?
If I can just find cover along the way, I should make it to the passage.
Where are we going next? Straight down.
Light in a place like this? Someone must have lit it. With any luck, it was a certain grouchy elven sage.
Is Avaloq grouchy?
Snow's
I
up
feel
to
like
the
he's just a bit
rooftops.
somber.
Wonder how long this blizzard's been blowing. Of course. What else?
Hounds of the Wild Hunt, dude.
This.
I didn't expect this. What the heck is this? Junk? There's notes. I know not what will do. Our food stocks have ran out long ago, save for one sack of onions. For a week, we have eaten a few bites of onion a day, and nothing else. The children's once detested onions, but now gobble their morsels greedily and suck on the skins. Soon our bag will be empty. We have no wood or fuel, and the snows keep falling. The mayor has been sending men door to door to hand out modest rations and a bit of wood from the lighthouse storeroom, but no one has come for days. I am not surprised. The snow is piled nearly to the top of our windows. Not one could get to our door. I'm afraid. So horribly afraid. Excuse me? That we will not outlast this winter. Sorry, that burp came out of nowhere, dude. Yeah, this place is a mess. Oh, I thought maybe that was cover there. The 30th of Berkey. I think that's how you say that. This time of year the flowers should be in full bloom, but instead snow covers all. Spring's clearly going to be late. Food will be dear soon, that's certain. The 12th of Blythe. It's colder and colder. Snow has been falling non-stop for 37 days now. Folk don't even bother clearing it anymore. There's no more streets. The only tunnels dug through the snow. The 21st of Fanian. The snow never stops falling. Our larder is bare. At least we can melt snow to slake our thirst. Though, I don't know how long our wood will last. For now, we are alive. Looks like they're all dead now. But I haven't seen bodies. How about we just ignore those guys?
Took you a while? Did you run into trouble?
No. Just taking in the sights. What is this place? Feels like I've been here before.
You have. You fought Eredin's projection here. Before that, Ciri fought here. For you.
What are you talking about?
Ever wondered how you managed to leave the Red Riders?
Many times, but I don't remember a thing.
Ciri came for you. She sensed you were in danger, tore you from the Hunt's grasp, then deposited you in the woods near Kaer Morhen.
Did Eredin start hunting her because of that? Because of me? Why didn't she say anything?
What would it have changed?
Light on the peak. Was that you?
I thought it might aid your passage. After all, that is what lighthouses do. Show the way.
I was hoping we wouldn't get separated.
I warned you it could happen.
Where'd your journey take you?
Through a world whose son had just died. I barely reached the next passage in time.
Going after Gels is proving quite a trek, but I still don't know why he's so important.
Eredin differs from the king he killed. Power for its own sake interests him. He has little patience for bureaucracy. He spends most of his time atop his steed, leading the Red Riders. So what does he need in the capital? A good viceroy. Gels is an excellent administrator and an even better plotter. He's the most dangerous individual amongst the NL.
He got any weaknesses?
Yes. He's righteous.
Where are we? World of the NL?
No. This is Ted Dera, the time of the end. The world destroyed by the White Frost. Alas, this awaits us all, though at differing stages of our existence.
So calm when you say that.
Eredin succumbed to his knowledge of the apocalypse. Fear rules him now. I'll not commit the same error.
Care to clarify?
Not here. Not now.
Doesn't look safe here either. Let's go.
This way.
Next passage. When will it open?
Shortly.
Can we just... No, dude, we need potions bad. We're hurting on health. I was trying to light these torches, man.
The Palace of Awakening, formerly the Moon Palace. Gel's headquarters.
I got to. I don't know what it is. There's something inside of me. It's got to light things on fire. Part of me, like, begs for game developers to put an achievement in the game like this. Like, I don't know, just for no reason at all. Like, light all of the torches in so-and-so place. It would be a nice little surprise, you know? Bring! Pops up. Achievement. Yay.
Beautiful.
I'm glad to know you appreciate it. Elven architecture is a bit more sophisticated than yours.
Bow.
Oh, who's this? And why are they here?
Wow.
I believe we're done for the day, my tulip. Be a dear and leave us alone. For I think we can agree this matter is between us and us alone, correct? Crevan Spain, Coman Maka, and the Witcher of Rivia. Ketmil.
He knows.
Do you like my new model? Something of Lara Doran about her, wouldn't you agree, Crevan?
Her height, perhaps. Nothing more.
I see I've touched a tender spot. So let's change the subject, shall we? Care for a drink?
Let's have a drink, dude.
Got any vodka? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting you don't touch that filth, disgraceful as it is.
I must admit, you appearing here. Quite the surprise, Witcher. Incidentally, interesting choice of allies. Do you think Avallac'h is honest with you? Just curious.
I don't think it matters.
No, but honesty's not a facet of your species, so quit spewing bile. Won't gain you anything.
I detect a shadow of impatience in your faces, it seems. So what brings you here?
I've come to tell you who killed our king.
You've gone through a great deal of trouble to reach me, so I must believe you've put equal effort into preparing this lie.
You shall see the truth. You will dream it.
You've been a neuromancer. My intuition was correct. This will be interesting.
Tired of your pseudo-sophisticated courtesy. Let's go.
Where to, if I might ask?
To the world of the Enshe. Directly this time.
Let's go, before any guards show up.
What is that, dude? What is that? What? That's what before we started that conversation with him, he said painting should convey emotion, not words. This guy.
I take it I needn't introduce our guest.
Greetings, Skial. So it's true. The swallow has befriended the fox.
There's naught you can do to make us turn on one another.
Avallac'h blackmailed you. Do you not remember? Tried to force you to warm our king's bed. Treated your body like a side of pork.
I remember. But I also remember what you advised Eredin do with me once I was caught. And I remember what the Red Riders did at Kaer Morhen.
I didn't come here to argue. The proof you promised. Where is it?
You will see it. In your dream.
Ah, yes. The Neuromancer. Visions that cannot be fabricated. Do you wish to show me how Eredin murdered our king? What then? Am I to incite the NL against Eredin? Call for revolution? And proclaim Avallac'h our new king?
You'll do what you want. If you decide to continue serving the regicide, so be it. Wouldn't even be surprised.
Very well. Have your oracle summon dreams of my king's last moments.
We shall all dream them, to make certain there are no misunderstandings.
Why not?
I actually like that idea a lot.
Dead. Long live the king.
The king is dead. Long live the king. What?
You must face him on your terms. In this world. In a place of your choosing. It's your only chance. Sail to Skellige and find the Sunstone. With it, you will summon a Naga fair. Eredin will come too.
Okay, hello to you.
Should he call for reinforcements, no NL will answer.
You have done the thing most just. A new portal to Tin Alia will open. I shall stabilize it and you will return. Come with me.
I didn't expect him to roll over that easily. But I guess it makes sense.
Just as well. Could have been bluffing. Might have just said that so we'd let him go. Damn it, we should have pressed him.
Calm down. Avalok knows him better. We'll hear him out when he returns.
Speak of the devil.
Geralt's worried. He believes we let girls go too easily.
Can never be too careful.
Agreed. Yet I do believe Gels will keep his word. Withhold support from Eredin.
Seems to me you have a plan. Care to share it with us?
Once we find the Sunstone, aided by your sorceresses and their magic, we shall draw Eredin's ship to a bay along the coast of Undvik. We will wait in ambush, lay a trap. When the King of the Hunt arrives, we will spring it and kill him.
Just like that?
Defeating Eredin will be no small feat, but we will accomplish it. Gather everyone and we'll meet at the port. Then we sail to Skellige.
Who is everyone? My two swords, man. Nice achievement. Ooh, I'm dead. Back up. Back up a notch. Forget that one happened. Technically, it never happened because Simon wasn't here to see it, so it's fine. Dude, that was such a larger fall than I thought it was. I thought it was going to be like 3 feet. That's my bad.
Eternal fire, why me?
Alright, let's meet Ava at the ship.
Snake eyes. Got a snake's tongue as well.
Dang, dude, that lady's slick, huh?
Work.
What's going on here, lady?
Blast
What happened?
islanders from Skellige. They've taken over crippled Kate's.
Taken over? How's that?
That's not gonna work.
Clobbered the innkeep, tossed out the girls, then set to drinking. They've been going since yesterday, apparently celebrating some big loot.
Yeah, sounds like Skelligers.
But you look to be an honest man. Help us. Drive away the hooligans.
She might be lying.
Not much, but it'll make a tidy sum if we all pitch in.
She might be lying.
Fine, I'll see what I can do.
Really? So there are good men left in the world?
Lay me down with barrels.
Sorry, mate. Gotta fill your horn elsewhere. This establishment's part of Skellige today.
Okay, she's not lying.
Seems to me we're still in Novigrad. And in Novigrad rules apply. Rules you happen to be breaking.
Just how's that? You're not allowed to drink in peace. Have a bit of fun. Leg it, man, before you taste the wrath of a Skellige.
Be a good boy.
Collect your friends and go. On your best behavior now.
Hey, gents, time to go. Those swords, when I firmly clutch the axe.
Alright, she's cool. Or wait. Does she still want to talk? Hold on a second. Yeah, she probably
Thanks
does.
so much.
I should have tracked
Not
the quest.
managed on our own. We're not rich, but I hope this is enough.
It's plenty. Farewell.
Get on, you little tuckus. Can I maybe get through? Thank you.
I was made for
One
that.
experience point. It's such a meaningless amount of XP.
Don't know who you're looking for, but you won't find him.
Alright, how are we doing on potions? How about we fix that problem right now? Because I'm pretty sure I used all of them during the last mission.
Your mug, it just ain't like any I've ever seen.
Roach just friggin'
Help
booking it.
protect Ciri from the Wild Hunt, and the Emperor will grant you amnesty.
I hope we can trust you.
You can.
What of Fringilla?
That I don't know, but I shall take it up with him.
You barely said hello and you're already plotting something.
It's clearly in our nature.
I hear right. You convinced the Emperor to pardon them?
Provided they help us defend Ciri.
Got a hard time believing Emperor'd go in for a deal like that.
Yeah,
If
honestly.
you can't believe it, don't. I don't need you to.
Alright, here's the deal with the Emperor is that Ciri's his daughter. Ciri's been running from the Wild Hunt, and we found her, and we needed to protect her, and we asked for him to lend some of his soldiers to us to help defend against the Wild Hunt, and he said no. He was like, I don't care what you have to do. I'm not letting some savage command my army. He was like, okay, like, I don't know. I don't think that, I think the Emperor is a horrible, wicked individual. There's no chance he's gonna hold his word on that one. But whatever.
Bit about Fringilla. What was that? Triss told me you couldn't contact her.
Perhaps because she sits in the Emperor's dungeon, chained in Dimeritium. At least that's what Rita implied.
Take it the Emperor forgot to tell you about this.
I don't like it. That was not our deal. When it's all over, I'll need to have a candid discussion with the Emperor. Come. They're all waiting for us.
Yeah. Avalock! I'm here for your loot.
All are present. You were the last to arrive. Might we set sail?
What do you mean I'm the last to arrive?
Anchor's away.
I was the first to arrive.
The king of the Wild Hunt sailed aboard the Naglfair, a
The who what?
giant longship that traveled between worlds. As Gels had advised, the Witcher set out to find the Sunstone, an artifact needed to draw Eredin into a trap.
I don't understand how the Sunstone is going to be used here. It'll come together though, right? Man, whoever's running the camera on this cutscene needs to hold it still. What's up with this cutscene, dude? Why couldn't we all just fast travel? The Smite game is going over Smite 2 right now. Should we watch it?
Well, that settles the question of His Imperial Majesty's whereabouts.
Does he aim to conquer Skellige? But he knows. Those are my friends.
He wishes to grant you the Isles, with Sintra and the rest of the Empire.
There is an upside to all this.
Is that so?
The Emperor will have to help us fight the Hunt. And we've just found Fringilla Vigo.
Alright.
We must hurry and find the Sunstone. Seems we've plenty to do in Skellige after that.
Fringilla Vigo. We need her here.
Can you teleport me onto Amir's ship?
Not a chance. It's better shielded than the Emperor's alcove.
Though we could try to force our way through.
We need Fringilla in one piece.
Think they know we're here?
Emir's mages, of course.
If the matter of Fringilla Vigo were resolved, they'd probably just send her over here in a skiff.
It's far from resolved. The Emperor pledged to ensure the Lodge's safety, but...
Fringilla's a pricklier matter. She's his subject, one officially sentenced to death for treason.
You'll need to learn what Emir has planned for her, once we've found a way to toss you over to the Imperial flagship.
I'll get on the Emperor's ship myself.
A plan to swim? With swords on your back? You'll get shot up like a sitting duck before you can say the white flame dancing on the graves of his foes.
Don't panic. He'll find a way. Make your approach by night. You'll stand a better chance then. And once you're on board, show His Imperial Majesty this letter. Hand it to him directly. We should remind him what he promised, and what he'll get in return.
At the moment, we don't even know what the Sunstone is.
It was created so the Mountain Elves could summon the vessels of the NL. Now it merely serves as a symbol of a lost opportunity to unite the two tribes. Truly? Can all of you be unfamiliar with the story of Galban and Dillion of the White Fleet?
Alright, hold on. Let's finish this dialogue and we can watch that Smite thing.
Tell us, please. Absolutely love elven legends.
Galban was a sage of the Elder Elves. He fell in love with an Enshe elf, Dillion. Yet she spurned him.
That was a jest on Geralt's part.
Too late. It won't hurt any of you to know this. On the day the White Fleet was to set sail, Galban gave Dillion a gift. The Sunstone. He believed Dillion's heart would soften in time. Once her longing for him burgeoned, she was to use the Sunstone. Though worlds away, he would return for her.
Sounds promising. Let's just hope this Sunstone proves more useful to us than it did to that elf woman.
What I want to know is if we'll be able to use the Sunstone.
You? No. Me? Naturally. With a touch of help from the sorceresses.
Of whom some are below deck vomiting, while others remain unreachable.
Got it.
The Sunstone's in Skellige? How do we know that?
From legends. Elven ones. It lies where the White Fleet landed centuries ago.
Meaning anywhere on any one of the Isles. Splendid.
Ermion. I'll talk to him.
Know where he is?
I'll ask around the port. Croc's longships are moored there. I'm off.
Good luck.
Alright. So we're getting really close to the end of the game here. Hold on. This is Your Majesty. Allow me to remind you that our arrangement encompassed all of the sorceresses wishing to take part in the risky endeavor whose success is so vital to us. I find it hard to believe that in the current situation, when I have already succeeded in gathering so many members of the Lodge, you would refuse to allow Fringilla Vigo to join our company. I understand there are personal factors that make you reluctant to part with your subject, but I assure you our interests are aligned in those matters as well. I promise that I will uphold the conditions of our arrangement despite the fact that they will demand sacrifices of me and will leave in an unfortunate situation. I therefore request politely, yet with great insistence, that you release Fringilla. With all due respect, Yennefer. Alright, hold on. Let's check out this smite thing, dude. I would like to see it. I'm curious what they got going on with the smite. Smite, game, smite 2.
One again, you'll notice there's a lot more.
Wait.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Smite 2
It's so quiet.
Dev Insight Show. My name's Isaiah, community lead here at Titanforge Studios. I'm going to be your host today, and we're going to be going over a lot of stuff. We had a lot of feedback come in during our last a lot of the
excited to
the producer here at Titanforge, and then design director AJ is joining me here as well. How are y'all doing today?
doing great. Yeah, excited to be here. Excited to be able to talk about how we're addressing all the feedback that we got from the community. And
the artwork
I just
looks
wanna,
good.
Start by thanking the community for giving us the feedback. We've said publicly a lot of times, don't treat us with kid gloves. Yeah. Don't act like, it's a beta, they'll get to it, right? You guys definitely took the kid gloves off this time, and you gave us some real, honest, hard-hitting feedback. And it's hard as a dev team to oh my God, they hate it, for a day or two. But then it was cool. Now we have the information that we need to really, hit the ground running and to address the issues and make the game that we all want to play. So thank you all for the feedback. It's really been great getting the team rallied around and working together the past few days.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be a Dev Insight show. It's going to be a little bit more casual, a little bit more conversational. We're going to be talking at a high level some of the biggest community topics and feedback that we got and how we're addressing them going into Closed Alpha 1. Now, this is not a full update show. I want to be clear before we get started and get everything going here. So we're going to have a full update show for Closed Alpha 1 in a couple weeks, where we're going to be going over things like full God, item, and game mode balance. We're going to have the full Mordred kit reveal on that show in a couple weeks. I know people are really excited about that. And then we're also going to be going a little bit more in depth on some of the things like ranked and some other gameplay systems, as well as we'll have full patch notes on the website when that show goes live in a couple of weeks. But for today, we've got a lot of good stuff going over. So y'all just want to hop into it? I feel like we've got...
Yes, I'm going to go off script a little bit at the start.
Let's go off script.
I addressed one thing that I don't think we ever talked about from Alpha Weekend 4.
Yeah.
And that's that servers kind of sucked at the start of it.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
what we learned at the beginning through looking at some data there is that we were using a group of servers that didn't have fast enough hard drives to be able to run the Smite 2 server. And that was causing really degraded performance. So starting around day 2 of the last alpha, you notice the performance got a lot better. That's because we got all of those slow hard drive servers out of the rotation, and we aren't going to be bringing that level of server back into the rotation going forward. So you shouldn't see that issue anymore.
Why don't they use those in weekend 4, but not the previous
For this
weekends?
next test, we're going to be testing a couple different server regions. So again, we're just trying to make sure that we get the best experience possible, but you may find that you have slightly different ping from match to match because we're going to be testing a couple different regions to see what works best for everybody. But with that little off script out of the way, we can get to what we actually want to talk about. Sorry about that.
I'm super excited. I know the first topic that we're going to cover today has been a big topic even since the initial alpha weekend, kind of on the forward-facing God selection side of things. Let's talk about how we are transitioning from 3D renders to card art coming back in Alpha Weekend 1.
Good.
Card art's back.
Yep,
I'm so excited.
I like that one.
So
I love the card art, dude. That's one of my favorite aspects.
But, initially when we were designing Smite 2, one of the things we were thinking was man, these models look so great. Let's try and use the models everywhere, right? And initially when we were designing the UI, we were like, it'd be really cool if we could use the actual 3D models moving everywhere. And so we were kind of building towards that. But what we found is that performance-wise, that was just never going to work out in a way that felt good to players because it's going to take a long time to load screens. So then we went to these renders, which I think looked nice, but I don't think they gave the Smite feel that everybody wanted, right? So we've been taking this feedback that people want the card art back, and we've been talking about well, how can we stay true to the original card art?
I don't think that the renders were bad. I liked the renders, but there's something very.
I'll let AJ take the
very
helm here.
like homey and heartfelt and classic feeling and enjoyable about the card art. I really like the card art, man.
We're going to be using
and if it's easier for them, if it's better for the servers, if it's better for the loading screens, absolutely go with card art, dude. Everybody loves the card art.
New gods like Hecatine Mordred will have to have all new cards. Those might not be ready for this patch because we're going to have to go out and make those.
They will not be ready for that.
They will not be ready. That's right. They will not be ready, but many of the gods will be ready, and they'll be using their Smite 1 card art.
I like it. That was blunt honesty. Dude, I would so much rather the devs of Smite turn around and be like, it will not be ready. This is not going to happen. We have to do that. We have to take more time in order to prepare certain aspects of the game. I appreciate that greatly, dude. Of course, everybody wants the game to be in full release instantaneously. I want to play the full game right away. That's just how it is, right? But I would much rather them take their time and do things properly and say, look, we're not going to rush it. We're not going to blaze through this as fast as we can and produce some garbanzo. We need more time to do it right so that it's the best that it can be. I like that. I appreciate that statement already, dude.
But we're going to do some touch-ups. Like, some of their default cards are very old and might have some other issues with proportions or sizing, or also we changed models in a couple.
Sorry. Side note, that was one of the frustrations that I've had with Smite 2, is that they've given all these deadlines and these goals that they're like, this will happen then, and this will be ready by this point, and then this will happen, and this will be ready, and none of it's ever been ready. It's like, nah, dude, like, don't make promises you can't keep. Like, give it to us straight, dude. So,
a couple characters too. They have different clothing, different outfits, different shapes. So, trying to make that accurate, we're going to do some touch-ups. The goal is to really keep it in the spirit. We're not completely reworking it. We know people love those arts for many reasons. So, yeah, we have a demo here today to show you what Loki is going to look like in Smite 2 card arts. We can go ahead and throw that up on the screen to give an example. So here's the
Smite 1 image
for Loki. It's nice art, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look like Loki. Like, his face is purple and his eyes are kind of like...
That's literally the image from Smite 1.
It's almost like he's wearing a mask, you know? It's like... It doesn't quite look like our Loki, even though it's a cool card. So then we're going to go ahead and toggle to the updated version that we plan to use as his default in Smite 2 that gets a lot more of Loki's personality coming through, his actual facial features looking accurate, some other corrections for lighting and directional reflections in other places on the card. But this is the level of change we're looking for. So we're not looking to change core poses or theme or style. It's just some touch-ups on the detail level. Like, a lot of them are face specific facial expression and facial features updates, but then some also have armor and weapon updates to match Smite 2 as well.
Okay.
So every god in Smite 2 will have these card arts.
Yeah, and I think
that definitely looks better than the last image. I'm not gonna lie.
Said it's going to be Smite, but strictly.
But I didn't
and I think
expect
that, maybe we
more
went off the rails a little bit with the renders, but I think if you look at this, you can't. It's really hard to say this isn't what we did in Smite, but just strictly better. It's the level of detail, the polish is very good. Shout out to Stu and Jordan making this happen.
Yeah, we're going to do a lot of shout-outs today because everybody's been busting their asses on this patch. Like, so that's why we're here early to tell you about half of it or more, because there's so much in this one.
Yeah, and I think in terms of what to expect for this card art rollout, right? Because we are updating all of these and we want them to feel better, they will not all be in CA1. I think what we're currently targeting is about 6 gods that will have their updated card art for our first closed alpha test. And then hopefully CA2, maybe CA3, we'll get the rest of them over. And we'll just kind of roll through it, and you'll see it update over time. But we want to, we're committed to this direction. This is where we're going. It's just going to take us, a little bit of time to get there.
He said first closed alpha test.
Well, the next one I'm super excited about, because I know we had a lot of conversation on social media from content creators, ambassadors. Let's talk about how we're approaching the environment going into closed alpha 1.
And not just the environment, but the entire game's art style, as in a way it even affects the core gameplay and characters. Everything. We're making a lot of big changes here, and we're going to show you some before and afters here in just one second. But the main thing, I'm just going to give the high level first. So, like, we've been really taking the feedback about the Smite 2 art style and what can we do to make it more our own, make it pop, make it feel like Smite. So we're going to have a lot of changes we're about to show. So number one goal, adjust core engine settings to remove that default Unreal Engine feel, right? That was one thing we really tried to tackle hard. Next one was try to get to these more crisper, sharper images. Like there's that part of that Unreal Engine feel is a lot of like hyper realism focus. You get a lot of camera blur, a lot of distance blur, stuff like that. Does not really fit to Smite's gameplay very well. The next one was to adjust the environment and the character models and lighting for more vibrant colors and some stylized visuals. So those were kind of the two really big goals. We're going to just show some before and after screenshots because I think those really show what we're talking about here. So this is what the center, standing in the center of mid lane, looking at the order base would look like in Alpha 4 update. So take a second.
Absorb it in.
Bring it in. I mean,
let it simmer.
There's nothing immediately offensive about this, I think, but it's like we're thinking about what can still be improved. And those things I'm listed here. So now let's toggle.
I think the thing that's most striking is just like the amount of brown.
Yeah. A lot of brown and green earth tones just like everywhere. So now let's toggle to the new in progress closed alpha version. Here we go. So you have a completely reworked floor. You have a lot more vibrant greens in the grass and the trees and different greens that contrast each other as well as the rocks. You've got sharper visuals. Like if you can, production, if you don't mind, like kind of toggling back and forth between them like every few seconds as we talk, like look in the distance as they toggle back and forth and you'll see that a lot of the distant visuals are a lot more clear. Even with that kind of fog, you got a lot better view of them. If you look at Anubis, even just the back of his head, you can see some of that Unreal Engine blur that's there in the old version and the colors don't quite work out. And then into the new version, you see that like that green really shines and the lines in his silhouette really sharp. Like this is just what we've been able to do in a few weeks and it's made a really big progress. So, we're going to look at a few more before and afters. We're going to show off even more of the map, but I just want to call out shout outs to all the art team and environment team that have been working so hard on this. And I want to also, like Alex mentioned with the rollout, I want to clarify that a little bit. So, we're looking to get these core visuals in the 24/7 patch. So that's sharpness, vibrance, color, definition, style is going to be there. But because we're doing such a large rework, it's going to mean that a couple things are going to be removed or have to be remade. So if you toggle back and forth between the old one again, you'll notice there's a lot more set dressing, as we would call it, like props on the trees and rocks, so those little plants and things like that. Those are all in progress and are going to come back, but they're not in this image right now. We want to just...
All right, I was going to say that. Look, this is much crisper looking. I can't say I love the fog in the background. It makes it feel a little bit like dullish, but it does seem to be missing a little bit of the livelihood that the other image had. And yeah, I think if they add a lot of that prop stuff that they literally just mentioned that they said they're still working on, I think this would really bring some life to this level of design for the game. That's good. I think it looks good, crispy. The visuals are most definitely improved, like by a lot. What's up, Asin? Hello, dude. You shouldn't be dipping though, buddy. It's not good for you. It feels a little gray. I almost liked the brown and green tones better before. This is very gray. Brown feels a little bit more natural to me. I feel like there needs to be a little bit more of a differentiation between the rocks and the ground. Whereas, like, if you look right here, like this level of brownish gray is very similar to a large portion of the rocks. And if there's a way to kind of distinguish that color difference between the two, whether it's like a texture thing or a shadow thing, or even just a straight up color difference, I think that would help a little bit with the pop and the liveliness of the imagery that they're trying to achieve here. More positives than negatives? I don't know about that, but yeah. This does feel colder. Doesn't this feel warmer? This feels brighter and warmer. I like the background in the old version better. I like that it's brighter and a little bit crispier. Well, when I say crispier, I mean like less foggy, right? And this kind of stuff right here, this helps a lot. And I'm sure it's going to make a major difference once they're finished implementing that. But But something about like the brown dirt road does feel warmer. Whereas this is just a little bit colder. It looks good. It's just cold. I don't know.
It's not that we intended to remove all that, but we're going to bring it back and we're going to apply the similar principles to it, make sure it's sharp and clear and vibrant, and make sure it's not noisy and overloaded or too
It is sharp and clear.
And
but I kind of like the noise. I'm not
going
to lie.
to build on after CA1 as well.
Yeah, and just to kind of say it once again, just to make sure that
seeing
this is all
you're
still
pay to
work
win, dude.
in progress,
Friggin'
right?
sped.
So things that maybe don't look 100% finished, you know, like some of the transitions between the grass and the ground, and you know the exact brightness level and all of that, right? We're still tuning a lot of this stuff across the map, and some parts of the map are more done than others. We think it's going to be in a good state to show the direction that we're going and that feels good to play on by the time we get to our closed alpha patch. But it's not done yet. We're still in alpha. We're going to keep working on it, and it's going to keep getting better.
All right, so let's rotate through a few more sections of the map to show the before and after. This was the before for looking at the chaos side from the mid lane. And then, you know, a lot of brown again. And then here's the new looking at the chaos side
colder.
of the mid lane. So things you'll notice is the reworked floor, the stone versus the grass. You'll see multiple different shades of grass. You've got the orange, like auburn grass over in the jungle, and the trees being different color than they were before. Now let's go. Yeah, you see those trees are kind of a pale brown, especially, or even yellow on the left. You get a lot more of that vibrant orange, and you get a lot more of that in the grass on the floor, and the contrast between order and chaos.
Yeah, I think really, it's not like I got lost on the Conquest map before, but I find myself getting lost a lot less.
Yes.
You know what part of the map you're in a lot more because of these little color hints that tell you what part of map you are.
And now we're going to go into the jungle. We're going to see, I think, even more intensely compelling than what we see.
I think the color differentiation across the map it does keep it distinguished. It helps you maintain a level of direction and locational awareness. I agree with that. It's a subtle change, but you do notice it, especially the difference between Smite 1 and Smite 2. Like, dude, I can't jungle for Smite 1, or I can't jungle at all in Smite 1. I'm absolutely horrendous at it. But Smite 2, dude, I love jungle. I don't want to say I'm really good at it or anything. I definitely, I could really do some learning and some improvement for jungle, but I really enjoy jungling in Smite 2 so much more than I liked it in Smite 1. And I don't understand what the difference is, but I think that the color of the map has a little bit of an impact on that. I like it.
Seen before. So this is the previous jungle.
I like that though. I like that. It just feels so like lively. It's gonna get cold. Watch. It'll get cold. Darker colder colors coming in.
Alpha 4. And then let's toggle to the new jungle.
I lied. That's so much better. That's significantly better. I like that much more.
Like, look at those colors and that style, right? The grass. There's a lot of really cool tech going on in this map that we're going to show off in more detail in the main patch notes show. But
I like that much more.
Yeah, I think just the greens and the grass and the contrast with the rocks and the trees and the sky, everything just pops like so much more. And there's so much more clarity in the both distant and
yeah. The new image,
like, it was really surprising to me
much
when we
better.
were looking through those Unreal Engine settings and, you know, going through and doing another pass on them. And
that's so
finding
much
just
cleaner, dude.
how much power we had over the visuals of the game through those. So, and then finally, the last one to show is the new and old Chaos Jungle. This is probably the single biggest improvement on any part of the map, because the Chaos
I still like
side
this.
really wasn't super defined as Chaos. It was using a lot of the same assets. The trees were really just a different color, but now it's got a completely new color palette.
Looks
unique
good
to itself to define the Chaos side.
I think the grass could be a little bit different color than the leaves, but that looks good.
On order or chaos, just based off of
Just some way to kind of like break up the blend
So
of the
very
floor and the
like,
tree
all
top canopies.
Right. So there's a lot going on still between
I don't want green
the
grass down
actual
there,
engine
but
settings, the camera
just something.
settings, the
Something to help it
environment
break it up a
assets
little bit.
themselves, and the lighting. There's still a lot to be done. We're still working through a lot of parts of this map. You know, Conquest map is not finished for CA1. We have a pretty good target, we think, for getting it in a
See,
really
this
good
looks good
baseline
still.
spot across the whole map for this 24/7 update. But then, like I said, a lot
That's
of
too
the,
much
you know,
brown for me.
We'll further continue to build on that, adding more
I don't want to.
vibrant
I'm
and
not trying to complain. I'm just
assets and objectives across the map. There's going to be gameplay changes to this map that we're not going to go over today. New objectives
still
on the
looks
map.
good, though.
There was geometry changes, lanes adjusted, things like that. All based on community feedback that we're going to go through in the future. Last call out before we go to the next section is that we're going to apply similar methodology to Arena.
Yes.
And we're not going to show that today because it's still a little bit more work in progress than Conquest was, but we'll have that ready to demo for the main patch test. And this even affects, the way the characters present in other places, like in the front end and the client and things like that. And it really is making a big difference. So it's great. If we want to go to the in-game real quick, I'll walk around in the parts of the Conquest map that are looking okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I never played Jack 3.
Look at it. So here we are in the gameplay of it.
It's too cold. I like the warmer
time.
environment from the last images.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I noticed the most is just the crispness of the game. Like everything just feels sharper. It's easier to read what's going on. I noticed it a lot when we were testing in Arena, which has, like you said, it's still a little more progress, but like you see team fights a lot more often in Arena, and it was a lot easier for me to follow what was going on and understand this person is exactly right here, because it didn't have this kind of blur to everything anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there's so much cool stuff going here. I'll demo the grass real quick because it's just really cool.
I love how it just flows in the wind.
Like but it also reacts to your targeters.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
it doesn't obscure your aim. And it's very stylized kind of grass instead of realistic, which we thought fit Smite really well and gave it a really unique feel. And it's like this is just what we were able to do. Like we've really pivoted a lot based on community feedback, so we've been making a lot of these big changes really fast. So I'm just like really excited to see what we can continue to do with more time and energy continued to give to this. So
yeah, I think some people were
I can't see how the grass would affect your aim with your abilities, but I do like the fact that it moves out of the way.
Cartoony is really the word that we're going for, but stylized is definitely core to what Smite 1 was, and I think something we needed to get more of into Smite 2. Initially our thoughts for Smite 2 was we're going to try and lean a little bit more on like the cinematic style of Smite, but it just didn't feel enough like Smite, and we hear you, and hopefully this feels a lot better.
And it supports the gameplay better too. It's just like this bit of style and vibrance just really does. And we're going to talk more about that in a later section. All right, I guess while we're on the topic, we can move on to the next section, which is closely related to a lot of this, which is performance.
Yes. Lots of work going into performance.
Alex, do you want to kick that off? Or
yeah. So I am not a technical person, but I will explain my best. So several of our engineers have been taking a really, really deep dive into performance to the point where every playtest that we do, we are logging the performance of each tick of the game. So basically like each frame that it's drawing. And they're looking at each individual process that's running during each frame and what's slowing the game down. And it's it has made a very substantial difference. The other thing that we are doing now that we weren't doing in previous alphas that we're still working on, it's not 100% there yet, is we are pre-caching some of the, basically like when FX and audio are called by the engine, they have to run through a conversion at runtime to make them usable by the engine. And now we're pre-caching that, so it doesn't need to do that during the game, so you should feel a lot less hitches. So generally, the game should feel a lot smoother overall with a lot fewer hitches. And also, it should just run at a better frame rate overall. Your individual experience is going to be different depending on what your PC setup is. Some people have seen drastic changes. One of our artists, one of our concept artists who works remote, said that on his home PC, he went from, and I don't want to oversell this because this is his setup and I don't know what settings he was on, but he went from like 60 frames a second to like over 100 frames a second.
Right.
On my home PC, I run medium settings, and I have like a 5-year-old computer. I run medium settings at like 90 frames a second now.
What is this?
So
what is that little star on the map?
Not perfect. We're still working on the optimizations. We still have a lot to do, but I think you should notice a lot of performance improvements, which are really hard to talk about, and you just kind of have to feel.
Yeah.
So please let us know if the game is running better on your computer, or if you're seeing things that are causing performance issues, to let us know. I also want to shout out the environment art team who have helped with the performance as well. Some of our performance issues previously were actually due to things in the environments. And they've done a lot of work in addition to these art changes to do performance improvements. So it's really a lot better.
Yeah, well said. I mean, it's one of those things that it takes a lot of time and effort and work to focus on performance and get it done. And for a long time, our main goal was just adding content to the game and getting more playable characters, playable modes, etc. But now's the time. We really buckled down and dedicated a lot of engineering time and art time into getting that performance.
Why is it stopped?
Even
there?
designers, it was something we were able to do in all departments to improve that performance, and it's really paying off for us in our playtesting. We hope you see it too.
Yeah,
if anything is giving you big hitches, report it, let us know. We'll tackle it for the next time.
Does it go into
every
lane?
hour or two? There's a post in our Slack, which is like a internal messaging thing if you don't have Slack. It's like a screenshot of this, tick graph. That's like this little thing is taking 3 milliseconds to run. Somebody needs to look at this. And we're like, oh God.
Unreal Insights, for those of you who are
crazy.
interested in the development process. Epic and the Unreal Engine have an Unreal Insights tool that you can use to look at this. It's really cool and really useful. And we've been using it a lot.
Cool. All right. Well, the next thing is kind of a larger subject. People were talking about it in chat when you kind of teased it a little bit, AJ.
Yeah, spoilers.
Item shop kind of updates and items in general.
I bought a whole bunch of tier 2s, which was intentional. I'm not, I'm better at Smite than that. But all right, let's rattle off some of these exciting
why
item
he
store
bought
changes.
tier
Right? I'm just going to
2s.
let's go through them and then we'll look at them.
I was wondering if that was the
real quick.
meta.
But first, so we're adding the short description view mode in the item store. That's what you're used to, the default in Smite 1.
Smite 1
adding
PC.
additional dividers between stat categories for better viewing. We'll show you that in a second. We're adding a lot of gameplay changes to the item store, so a lot of UI to support that. So starter items are returning with with upgrades. Consumables and wards are returning and will now function like Smite 1 consumables and wards.
Interesting.
And active item slots are getting a pretty interesting change to their design. They're mostly going to work like how you're used to, but we're going to do a lot more interesting stuff on the HUD and the UI to better facilitate that. And as part of that, we will be capping the number of actives you can buy to 3 actives.
That's still a lot.
Let's go in game and then let's look at some of
buddy.
these features.
Yeah, and if you could actually, can you make the item store small for 1 second? Because chat was talking about it already. I just
The
wanna
item
mention
store
it.
small?
Yeah, no, just close it. Sorry,
close it.
close it.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Another thing that you'll notice is that we continue to iterate the UI. I saw people talking about it in chat, so I just want to, and one of the things that this most recent pass is doing is it's changing the colors of all the health bars to be more readable, and it's reducing the amount of brightness overall in the UI. We thought it was so loud that it was kind of like overstimulating and clashing and making it harder to read the rest of the world as you were running around. So sorry,
Minion health bars are a good example there.
Yeah.
Minion health bars now scale and fade out at a certain distance, so you don't see a whole bunch of
like
infinite
that.
rectangles when you're looking down the lane. A
like
lot
that a
of
lot.
stuff went into it that.
It really does make
team display up here got relocated to a position people are going to be more familiar
I
with.
like that a lot.
Yeah, sorry to call that out of order here, but just because we're looking at the UI in general and I see people mentioning it, I was like, might as well mention it.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't had chat up at all because I'm following notes, but I'm
you're
glad
driving.
someone is. Were they hyped about the environment?
They seem pretty hyped.
Okay,
Yeah, I would say.
Good. Okay, good. I'm sad I missed the live chat, but I was actually having to pay more attention to the show
Gotta
because
watch
I'm in the pon seat today.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
I didn't hate the way the consumables worked, how they took an inventory slot, and then once you got into the later game, you couldn't use a bunch of pots, so you were kind of like relying on your kit. I didn't mind that at all. I kind of got comfortable with it. But if I had to be honest and to say, I would rather have a slot of consumables. I would rather have a slot of consumables for things like potions and wards. It looks like they took the ward itself out, so you're not innately given a ward. So I'm wondering if you can buy multiple kinds of wards now. If you have to upgrade a ward to get the sentry ward still like you did previously. There's only one relic, which is seemingly only one relic, right? Which is either your beads, your blink, or your sunder. And then you get 3 active slots, right? What is that? Wait a second. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We get 7 item slots. Who what? 7 item slots is not normal. Normally it's 6. I don't know what that's about. But even 3 active items, like theoretically, that's 4 relics, right? You get your initial relic, and then you can have 3 more actives, which you can have Aegis, you can have Shell, you can have all this other stuff. So, yeah.
When you dressed me up like Pon Pon for a Pat show,
Oh my
in
gosh,
like
that was hilarious.
April Fool's 2016 or something.
Oh my goodness, that was a long time.
Okay, anyway, items. So
Items.
here's
Anyway.
what we mean by the short description mode. So instead of just a huge field of grids, you now have the item with a
That
little bit
means
of
you'll
text
be
that kind of tells
upgrading
you
your
its
words
unique
in
feature
Smite
if
2.
it has
Yes,
an
it
active,
does.
or tells you like what basic stats it does, the things like that.
And it's worth calling out that this is the default view for PC. If you're playing on console, your default view is going to be the split item store like it is on
Right.
console currently, with short descriptions, or or with just the icons. So
so split,
yeah,
and then grid detail minimal.
Minimal, yeah. So and you notice we have default settings for a lot of these things now. What the default does is it allows us to say, okay, we have a different default setting for PC and we have a different default setting for console, without needing to have multiple different settings in the UI. So it was the quickest way to get this in, so it'll feel normal to people regardless of where you're playing.
Right. So consoles will default to this view, and PC will default to the other one. I guess I can just use the console one.
No, you can use the PC one. Most people watching the stream are probably PC
so
players.
Back to
sorry
centered
to make you change it.
I honestly like centered. I never really used the short, the grid, like the little item grid only in Smite 1. I use this mode, but now I kind of like it in this view with the grid. So yeah, this is what we're talking about for item number 1, or for on the bullet point. Number 2 is these dividers. So previously these were like all, even in the grid, this was just like one big grid. It was like in order, but
Look at this. Look at this. There's a slot here. There's a filter for consumables. Big ups, dude. I was dying for that right there. I love it. Starters, very nice. You can't see it, but it's because it's under my face, but they have an active and a passive one as well. Looks good.
But it didn't have these dividers like this, except for I think just tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. But now we have consumables, starters, tier 3 offensive, so you can see all the int and strength items. Then you can scroll through that and see the tier 3 defensive. So even if you like don't really have a filter going, or you don't know what you want, you can see. And then hybrid, these have int or strength and protections or health. And then tier 2s, and then finally tier 1s at the bottom. You can also invert that. That was already a feature before, but
And one thing worth mentioning too, because a lot of people haven't noticed this yet, is at the top there we still have these role tabs. So, and these are custom for the god in that role. So if you want to play, I don't know who you're on right now. Are you on
I'm on her?
If you want to play on her mid, these are items that you might want to build to play on her mid. So it's kind of like a recommended build for that role.
Right.
So if you're
Interesting.
looking for a really simple way of figuring it out, and I believe that if you call a role, we're actually going to default you to.
That's not in
Not in
this
yet.
patch.
Okay.
That'll be
Eventually
something
we will
when
default
work-
you to the step.
Yeah, when we get to roll queue and things like that, we'll be working on stuff like that. But yeah, if you're playing a god in any role, these filters are really helpful to give you a much smaller list of items. You know, this is a more traditional basic attack focused build. If you switch to jungle or mid for on her, that's
Dude,
a
they're
more
putting
traditional
Transcendence in the
ability,
game.
like hunter build, like you would be familiar from Smite 1. Let's see, going through the list. Okay, consumables.
There's a lot of new items coming
so
in.
Here we
it
go.
seems.
We have consumables now in the filter. You can now buy your wards and sentry wards. You will no
I like
longer
that.
get a free ward, and there will be no cooldowns on them.
I like that.
Potions work the same as they have been. We added health chalice.
I like that.
So solo laners, that was some big feedback for solo lane really wanting that.
Yes.
But yeah, these work like you'd expect.
And support.
in
Don't forget
Smite
support.
1. You can have up to 2 vision wards and 1 sentry ward in your inventory at one time.
I like
they
that.
go into specific slots that are no longer getting mixed up with your item inventory.
I do like
they
that.
have dedicated hotkeys to them. These are the exact same default hotkeys that you would use on PC or on Savage or Challenger on console. So your relic, your consumable 1 and consumable 2 will all be exactly what you're used to based on Smite 1. We are
excuse
keeping
me.
with the only one relic. We'll talk about maybe that more in a little bit. But you'll pick your relic at the start of the game. You can't sell it or change it or upgrade it. You'll pick your one relic. But then when you load into the game, you can build through your build as you would be more familiar with in Smite 1, and you can build consumables as such.
You can't change your relic anymore.
I don't have starters
Interesting.
on this list, but I might as well show it off right now too, and then we'll talk a little bit more about them in a bit. But yeah, starters are back.
I think I like
one
that
of the
too.
most exciting new features for starters is you might be seeing what's this little guy right here.
Oh yeah,
what's that? You now have a starter item slot.
So starter item slot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So your starter item is your additional 7th slot. So you have the 6 initial items and a starter.
It no longer
7 slots.
disrupts your 6 item build. We are now fully 7 slotted Smite 2.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a best of both worlds, we think, because
I like that idea.
It still lets people have that choice at the beginning of the game, which can help gods excel in different roles than maybe they otherwise would, but you still have a lot of build diversity with where you go after that, and you can build in any direction. So we aren't taking away anything from your 6-slot build. We're just adding another item on top of that.
It's a good idea.
Sorry, I was just cursing to myself because these got out of order. They were by role, but Chaos Row, if you're watching, double check this because
live QA people.
These got shifted around. We were doing some resorting of the store to, items are going to be sorted by cost, ascending cost. Support ones are cheaper. Right now there's 2 per role, and there is 1 upgrade per starter. Like, this is still 30 unique, complicated items that we made in a month. Yeah. We were moving full time, nonstop, 3+ designers working on this, and this is how many we could get in. So I know there was still some requests for more starter items or more upgrades. This was the literal most we could make because we also made a shit ton of other items.
I think they're doing good.
Let's see.
There's been a lot of changes made since the last alpha weekend already.
I want to talk about active items next.
A lot of changes.
Yep.
Yeah. So with the return of the consumables, you now have a lot of hotkeys that are not freed up. So with active items, we wanted to find a right balance where you have a lot more skill expression, a lot more control, but we're not like digging into the absolute dregs of hotkeys where you're having to, buy a Naga, or like controller players are just not able to do it.
It
so we're
sucked
going to be
having 9 hotkeys, dude.
Active items. So when you browse an active item, you'll now see you can own up to 3 active items at once. When you buy 3 active items, you will no longer be able to buy any more active items.
Your 4
so we don't
abilities,
really let
which
you
is
make
13
that
hotkeys.
Once you bought it, you won't be. It'll be as if you couldn't afford it or you don't have the right level or whatever. You just can't buy
Plus your auto attacks.
So I'm gonna go ahead and buy Blood Forge.
And your jump.
And wait, where'd it go? Oh, it went to the wrong slot, of course. Let's see if this works yet. I bought too many items. Okay, thank God, it's fixed. So when you buy a active item over here, it now puts an active ability on your ability section of your HUD, and you can really clearly see this is an active. This will help you remember. A lot of people are saying they just forget to use their actives. They want to move their HUD around. And, maybe we have HUD editor coming soon. We had alternate HUDs, but like this is just a really clean way to do this. And if you buy one active item, that'll use the same hotkey as your second relic did on Savage, Challenger, or PC. So if you are working like this type of build with 2 consumables, a relic, and 1 active, and there's many builds like passive statted items have some stat benefits to them, so you don't necessarily want a ton of actives. This allows you to have like the same control scheme as Smite 1 if you want to, and gives you a lot more control in what your second relic type active is, and you can always buy more if you want. Did you want to add something, Alex?
No, I was just going to say, that most builds internally for most gods have like 1 active on them in our playtest, right? So if you have 1 active, it is just the same as Smite 1 in terms of your button mapping. It's very familiar. And then the other 2 button mappings basically we figured that like there's 2 really good button mappings, or excuse me, there's 3 really good button mappings, and beyond that it starts to feel bad.
That looks good.
So none of these feel bad to hit on controller or on PC. So we are still implementing a lot of this. So you see this item appear doubly here, but we wanted to give you guys an early look at this today and make sure that we're on the right track. So
I didn't have enough gold to buy the 3rd active anyway. So this is what you can see what it looks like if you had full 3 actives. Even though I did trigger a bug state. It's a known bug. It'll be fixed by the time. We're still really early out, by the way. We usually don't do the show this early for a new patch.
Yeah, we're like 2 weeks away from when we would normally do this.
But this is what it would look like if you had the 3 actives. I don't know why I'm running out of base. I'm not going to get enough gold in time. If you navigate to yet another active item. Oh, I don't have all 3 yet, but it'll turn red and tell you can't get it. Kind of like let's see, what level am I? Level 8. Okay. No, I can't really demo that right now, unfortunately, but there will be warnings and it will prevent you from buying more actives. And you can reorder the items in your inventory to reorder the hotkeys that you want them to be on. Right. So if I like my Bloodforge on G, it's always on G. I can just move that like that.
I think that's how it already was.
That is the new active system.
Yeah. That's active system.
So we're gonna go like a little bit into
like your hotkey stayed aligned to the positioning of your items.
We're not
so
going to go into
depending on which item you moved, it would swap keys.
There's 2 big bullet points we want to touch on today that were community feedback driven and kind of high level. So first one was starters. So bringing back starters. Starters do have stats and costs. So the initial starting gold was bumped up a little bit. Your initial starting loadout, you can still buy like a starter, a tier 1, and some potions, or like a starter and a chalice, like a lot of similar combinations you're used to. But I think you have a lot of possible interesting combinations in Smite 2 because there's some tier 2s you could now afford, I think, which is interesting. They're really strong, and you can come back and build a starter, later if you don't need one. Starters also, the upgrades have level requirements. So supports are level 15 and are cheaper, whereas every other role is level 20 and more expensive. This one's cheaper, looks cheaper because I already own it. So 2150 plus level 20 for non-supports, level 15 and 1800 for supports. So not going to get into the details of all of these today, but most of them are, direct designs from Smite 1. Some of them had some slight adjustments, like
I like selflessness.
Selflessness is just like mini heroism. It's just a direct upgrade, like mini baby version. It's it's Pichu,
little baby heroism.
Pikachu of heroism. We didn't want to bring back Sentinels here because we're avoiding AoE protections auras. So we didn't want an item that was like the starter is kind of defined by that.
Of course they are.
But yeah, a couple of other things you'll notice, some things like that. You'll notice some new things, but the starters are mostly what you're used to. There's 2 per roll, so there's pretty good choice.
I love aura protections, dude. It's so good.
And you can build them in any role you want. So if you want to go
like friggin'
Warrior's
6 aura
Axe,
protection
support, kill lane in duo, you can totally do that. You don't have to build War Flag or Selflessness. So you can just go for that burst damage. You can build Bluestone on mid, on physical characters. Like there's a lot of cool things you can do.
Yeah, we're still benefiting from our more wide open building in Smite 2. But we're just now incorporating starters into that. Yeah. So it's been pretty neat to see what people have done in testing so far.
Yeah, we'll talk about that even more in a bit. All right, so the next big thing high level from feedback is the total item pool. So there was 2 things kind of about this. Number one is there was a lot of Smite 2 items that ended up just being really close to Smite 1 items. And that was kind of confusing to people and wasn't really, like, the newness wasn't really a benefit. The new name and new art really wasn't doing much for us. And the other one was just like a lot of bread and butter comfort items that people loved from Smite 1 were just not in the game.
Yeah.
So we ported over 20 of the most popular tier 3 items of Smite 1 into Smite 2, all between Alpha 4 and this patch.
Yes.
So we made 20 plus tier 3 items, 20 starter items, 10 starter items and 10 starter upgrades. So this Smite 2 Alpha 4 versus Smite 24/7 has plus 40 items in the total item pool.
It's a big change.
Not to mention all of the reworks, or like in-place reworks.
We needed items, dude.
And confusions and stuff like that.
That was one of my biggest gripes.
Really
was like, there's not enough items in the game.
Smite 1. Crusher, Serrated Edge, Devourer's Gauntlet, Transcendence, Heartseeker, Book of Thoth, Spear of Desolation, Soul Gem, Doom Orb, Spirit Robe, Glorious Pridwin, Prophetic Cloak, Shifter Shield, Shield of the Phoenix, Void Stone, Void Shield, Berserker Shield, Mystical Mail, Rod of Tahuti, Genji's Guard, Gauntlet of Thieves, and Chalice of Healing.
Yeah, and I think what we've noticed internally since getting these items back is that it's made some people that don't play as often, but maybe played a lot of Smite 1, more able to explore the item system and feel a little more comfortable with it, because it's like, okay, well, I know that this item is good on this character. I can build that. And then, oh, maybe I branch out and I try something new, but I'm not just completely screwing myself by building items that I shouldn't be building at all. It gives you a couple safe like waypoints in your build where you know a direction. And it's really made it a lot easier for people to understand and get with.
The familiarity goes a long way for people who are just, hopping into Smite 2, maybe have had a chance to dig into the item store really, really deeply. But this new change allows people coming over from Smite 1 that are familiar with those items to hop into Smite 2 and immediately get a sense of, oh, okay, I know what this item does.
I like it and I don't like it. I will say that familiarity is nice. It is good to be able to just jump right into something and be able to know what you're doing. But at the same time, I have this desire of, this is a new game. This is not Smite 1. Does everything need to be the same as it was in Smite 1? Do we need the same like structure of everything? Do all the items need to be like named the same and look the same? Is that not boring? Is that not dry? Do we not want to do something brand spanking new? And you know what I mean? I don't know. Look, I'm not against items looking and like being named the same and having the same effects as before. But I did appreciate brand new stuff like the Dagger of Frenzy or like the Broggy's Harp or Death Metal. You know, like I liked that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I think as long as they do a bit of both, I think it'll satisfy both sides of that argument. Hopefully.
As I like this item, I'm going to build it.
We've also redone every starter or every auto build to include starters. You will still have to pick your relic. So when you load into a match, you'll pick your auto build or manual build, and you'll pick a relic.
Oh, we haven't talked about what relics we have. Is that later, or is that?
I have that in.
It's next.
It's the next.
Okay,
bullet
sorry.
point. Yeah.
I'm
no, you're perfect segue. We have the relics in the shop just as a way to view them, and in case you click the undo button too much at the start of the game, you can buy them back this way. But we have added 2 more relics as far as we're adding a bunch of fan favorites to the game. You can still only have 1 relic, but we're adding a few more. Phantom Shell was brought in because people were saying supports really wish they had a relic they could choose at the beginning of the game if they really want to hyper focus on not getting killed or letting their teammate get killed, because like just having blink or beads or sunder, like all very aggressive, or like blink is just you can evade. You didn't really have a way of like, if your carry is a little new and you just want something extra to bail them out, you didn't really have an option at level 1. So that's Phantom Shell. And then of course Aegis, in a similar regard, if you just want to hard counter some high DPS character, you can now start with Aegis. And we went ahead and just went right to the highest level of upgrades, these Aegis of Acceleration, Phantom Shell. Oh no, the Winions are starting to get into the base. It's okay, this section is almost done.
So I think one thing that's really important to mention about bringing back Aegis and bringing these more relics here is that no matter what, you're only going to have 1 relic in the game, right? So if you pick Aegis, that means you're not getting combat blink, which everybody knows is super OP. Yeah. Or beads, which sometimes you just need beads in a match. Or you're not getting shell, which shell can be really useful. Like, you are giving up something really strong to get Aegis, and you're probably hurting yourself in some other ways.
Dude,
right?
why the crap did those minions take the Phoenix by themselves?
Mainly because there are certain gods.
Why the crap did those minions take the Phoenix by themselves? Doesn't say. They took the Tower of the Phoenix and got to the Titan by themselves? What? Are you telling me the game plays itself? You telling me we don't even need to play the game? It'll just do it on its own? This is some bull crap.
Odds that have like almost like execute type abilities that you can't counter in another way easily. And it felt important for that type of gameplay. But you are not going to pick it every game. People are not going to have beads and Aegis every game. You're going to have beads or Aegis or blink, or it's one of them. So it really changes the power level of these and the decisions that you're making. So you're not going to run into a lot of Aegis. You're not going to run it. It's there more for like niche situations.
Yeah. And we have a lot of really interesting balance knobs for like, we have the blood shields as we call them. So you can get like a personal shell and purification beads, but you can't get Aegis, and there's a big trade-off there. You can get the AoE beads if you don't pick your beads relic, but that's a like pure health
item. Yeah,
it's a pure health item too. It's like kind of a tank item. So it's like there are some interesting trade-offs there, and we really specifically discussed with our pro player ambassadors and our pro level employees about what combinations felt good to allow like have active items as a fallback relic, or some we just didn't want. Like we didn't want.
I like having 1 relic. I think that's good.
Relic Aegis, like double Aegising, we just didn't want that, right? So. Yeah. All right.
I think that having 1 relic will definitely speed the pace of the game up a little bit, right? Because in Smite 1, if in Duel, for example, when you're fighting one other person, you got to battle them. You got to get their ultimate, right? You got to pull their ultimate out of them. You got to pull both of their relics and then you got to pull their ultimate again, because by the time you're done with that, they've got it back up. So like it can take a long time to be able to set up nice and proper and get the right combination of situations like threaded together, right? So having one relic, well, I think will it'll make that relic more valuable than it is in Smite 1, right? Because if you have beads in Smite 1, you can have Aegis too. And you're not like too keen to just hold on to your beads as tight as possible when you have another relic to back you up just in case while that one's on cooldown. So I like the idea of having one relic. I think that's a good one.
Them building is what we're calling the simplified component system. So we're still building in the component system like in Smite 2, where when you build an item, it's going to come up from components that fuse together as opposed to the linear upgrade tree. But we've reworked every single item in the game to have a lot more clean upgrade paths. So what we've done is that every upgrade is either 2 components or just 1 component and gold.
This is nice.
There's no more 3 components. There's no more tier 1s jumping right to tier 3s. It's all much more direct. And in most cases, you can still, if you just want to browse the tier 3s and double click stuff, that will work for you and won't really change much. It won't mess up your inventory as much as it did before. We're also making the tier 2 to tier 3 upgrades a lot more meaningful. So if you own both of these items, it's still 850 gold to upgrade, and that's on the cheap side. Some of them are much more expensive. In the previous versions of Smite 2, owning both of the tier 2 items was getting you like 95% of the way there. Maybe it was just a little bit of gold more to buy, which really didn't make it feel like you got any power spike. It wasn't really noticeably different. It didn't really feel like, it felt like you might as well sit in base and wait for it to upgrade it, because you're just like, I might as well do it, it's so cheap. Or when you do finally save up for it, you don't get anything. So it just didn't feel as good. So we rebalanced everything to make the tier 2 to tier 3 jump much bigger. We reworked everything to only use round numbers. So, for the most part, some low tier items are for stats like mana regen. That's actually mana per second, not 5 seconds. So things like that are some that we couldn't do. But for the most part, everything uses more clean numbers you're used to in both cost and stats.
Yeah, this is one of those things that you appreciate more when you actually...
Did people complain about odd numbers in their game? Did they say, why is this a 7? 7's stupid. I want it to be 5 or 10. Well, shut up. It was fine. It was fine the way it was.
Actually experiment with it.
I can't believe people complained about that. Of all things you could complain about, all the issues and holes that were in the game, that's what people complained about.
So much easier to navigate through the trees.
I'm not surprised
where it goes. And again, this is like work in progress, right? We have a lot of ideas for how to improve that that item tree view and make it even easier to understand going forward. And in the next update, we'll have even more.
Yeah,
but this is where we
the
were
dude's
able
building
to get
Book
to
of
for
Thoth
this
on
update,
her.
and we think it's a great improvement and it's a lot better. Please let us know when you play with it. Like, is this feeling better? Is this more on the right track? Because we don't want building to be overwhelming. It's a core part of Smite. It needs to be accessible, but we want it to have a little bit more depth and a little bit more interest to people that want to go that extra step and really try and min-max it.
There's a lot of balance benefits to using the component system too, where we can keep stats at a consistent value across items instead of Smite 1, where just like one power tree, physical power tree, had wildly different cost per power than other power tree, and it was just like, there's some weird balance things that this system does better. So you also notice, like when you click on, if I'm clicking on a tier 1 here, I only can see the tier 2s it builds into instead of a bunch of like additional nonsense.
Oh,
when
I can't see right now. We're in a different view.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the top of my screen was cut off up there.
Yeah, okay, awesome, thank you.
Yeah, you click on a tier 1, you can see the 2 tier 2s it builds into. You click on the tier 2, you can see the tier 3s it builds into. The previous system had a lot more mix and match and noise and things like that.
So, I like that a lot. That's a really good feature.
We showed the relics. We showed we talked about the HUD.
That's
we have
a strong
HUD
quality of life
talk
feature.
About. Oh, I lost. Or I won. My Winions won. I was so busy defending my
Can you bring us back to cameras, please?
My Winions won.
Thank you.
Oh, good call. Thank you, Isaiah.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
We do want to show off a new screen. Let me get back in the game real quick. It'll only take a second.
Hop in a jungle practice or something,
Oh, Conquest is so pretty now, though.
That's true. Yeah.
Jungle practice looked good this morning when I was running around.
Jungle practice has had a lot of updates too. We got to save some things for the main.
That's true. Yeah, we can't spoil everything.
But this next one is one more UI feature, and then we're going to talk about some God features, and then we'll talk about a system, and then that'll be it for today. But all these were the major features that we like.
It's what we took away from your feedback after the last alpha test, right? And if we missed something major, let us know. But this was what we were able to get done based on the feedback that we heard from the last alpha test, and we're going to take your feedback from the next alpha test, and we're going to keep working on making it better from there. So
this guy needs to lighten up.
Loaded, not yet. Camera. Okay, camera can come in.
That guy in the middle with the white and blue shirt, he's got a freaking
pick your
stick up his butt or something.
For a hunter.
His higher ups gave him an agenda. They said, "You better not screw this one up like you did the last one." And he's all nervous during this interview.
And like the movement. Okay, so the next thing we're going to look at is the abilities screen. A lot of people wanting a way to see all your abilities at a glance really quickly. You can also use this to level up while holding the button or going through a console flow that people are used to in Smite 1. That'll behave very much like it. But now you can see the whole kit at one quick glance at a press of a button.
I like that too.
And we still have some polish to do on this screen, but we think it's it's a nice way to see all of your abilities at once very quickly, and then you can also, as AJ said, you can level up from the screen. So if you want to push, hold down Control to see the screen and then push 1, you can level up your number 1 ability that way. So,
Or it's whatever you have bound the ability to.
Right.
So you don't if you put your ability on, I use Q, Q, you press this Q instead of 3. But yeah.
And the other thing is,
you can see a little hint of it there.
Yeah, that's where it'll show if you could upgrade the ability, how the ability would upgrade. Which
it'll show you you're getting damage increase, or cooldown decrease, or whatever. It'll just show you a little summary there.
Yeah.
He's talking about this
the
flashing
F1, F2,
thing
F3,
here.
F4 keys are still hotkeys that will still work without pulling up the screen. If you don't want this screen to obscure your view or anything, this is just supposed to be a clear way of I see the thing, I push the button that does the thing, I get the thing upgraded. So. The other thing that we will have in this build is you will be
I didn't like the old feature where you had to hold middle mouse click and hover over each thing that you had.
But it's going to be
like
in
that
the
much
settings
better.
screen here, and it is it's not saved per god.
This
right
is an
now.
account-wide setting.
This is an account-wide setting at the moment. So we just wanted to make sure that we had this in there because we got a lot of feedback about it. But it's, we will eventually have it in on a per god setting, but this was just because we wanted to make sure that we had some ability to do this in for the next test.
We also have the double tap to fire, big community feedback.
Yes, and a lot of people.
Double tap to fire will now be disabled by default. You'll have to come in here and enable it.
Well,
double tap to fire, right?
With default, it's enabled by default if you're on console, but it's because it is default on console.
Right.
But it's off by default if you're on PC. So.
Thank you for clarifying. And there's a lot more settings changes stuff we're not going to go through today, but those are relevant to what we're talking about. Okay, let's move on to gods.
Yeah, that was a lot of item changes. Go over some gods.
I don't think we'll be able to see much in the game at this point. You can probably come back to the face cams for this section, but 2 big features for gods that we're going to talk about today. The first one is about the actual design of the gods and how they play and how they function. The other one is just polish and feel. So let's talk about the game design first. So all gods in Smite 2 will only deal 1 damage type. So they only deal 1 damage type in Smite 2. We're going to change that. There are more mixed damage types. So Anubis AO2 Mummy used to deal physical damage. That will no longer be the case. It will. Each god will have the consistent damage output. So you can still look at Neith and go, oh, that's a physical god. If Neith is building int ability Neith or ADC strength Neith, either way, that's a physical god. You know to build physical protections. You know how to counter that god, and you can recognize that much.
I will say, I kind of enjoyed gods being a little bit more complicated. Neith's auto attacks did physical damage, but her abilities did magical. I liked that. It complicated the way the game flowed, because you had to pay attention to the builds a little bit more deeply than you do in Smite 1, right? You had to look at your enemy team and say, which characters are they picking? Which characters scale different ways? And what are they building? Is Neith going auto attack and is she going crit? Or is she going ability based? And if you were playing protections for whatever reason against that, you had to decide and build accordingly. I kind of like that complication of that. So I'm assuming now they're going to turn around and say, Neith actually does all physical damage because she is a hunter. And I would imagine they're also going to say the abilities also scale with different stuff. So her abilities probably still scale with intelligence. They just deal physical damage, right?
Much more easily based on what you're used to from Smite 1. So that's the first change. That'll affect any god that had mixed damage outputs.
Yeah, but just to be clear, you still will be able to build strength or int for different scalings. So
Yeah, there
the
it is.
building still has that element. It's just,
Dude, I gotta pee real quick. I'm gonna let this play, and I'm gonna have my headphones on, but I'll be back in just a minute.
it'll be more easy to understand what type of damage a god is going to be doing to you.
Right. So any god can still build any item. So if you, like, for example, on her as a full strength god, he only does physical damage. But if you want to build Chronos Pendant for like some crazy cooldown build or whatever, sure, you go for it. So gods will be split into 3 groups for their scaling types. They'll have 100% strength scaling, 100% int scaling, or hybrid gods that could have int and strength scaling. So most of this is not going to change. Gods like Chalk can build int or strength to scale their ability damage, but gods like On Her are going to be 100% strength. God Anubis is now just going to be 100% int. There's no more build a little strength to mess with a hard-hitting mummify. That's not a thing anymore. The only exception to that is everyone still has the same basic attack rules. So you can still build strength on any int god and try to build like a meme ADC build. You can't do the inverse, right? Strength gods don't have any use for int. So you'll have to look at each god, and we'll be working on getting some more clear labels about who's intended to be only strength, only int, or who's hybrid. Tanks are going to get a bunch of unique protection scaling abilities on their abilities. So we're going to be adding to all of the tank characters. They'll be able to get some sort of improved utility effect, potentially a damage effect, or other effects in their kit from building more protections. They'll actually see new things scale up, and that's going to be really unique. And then to facilitate item building and making it really smooth for all these changes, we're going to be merging.
Time out. Hold on a second. I was listening. A couple things. I liked the memeability of the builds that you could do. I like the idea that if you built full strength on Anubis, you could just like half health an ADC with his rap. I feel like that's so much fun, and it's so goofy, and there's a trade-off for it. It's not like it's too overpowered. All your other abilities are basically worthless, right? Like, it's silly, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it's fun, right? And it's interesting too. It keeps things really spicy and different, and I liked the idea of that. I don't know if I'm a big fan of them turning it into, like, because already what we're seeing is they're going back to Smite 1. Look, I like a lot of these changes, but that one I will critique and say I don't know if that's the right direction to go. Smite 1 is obviously physical and magical damage, right? And intelligence and strength is basically the same thing. Just scaling is a little bit different, right? And scaling, I think, is a good addition. I like the idea of that a lot. I appreciate that auto attacks scale harder with physical strength. So if you want to build attack speed, whoever, like if you want to build a crit attack speed soul, you can. Assuming auto attacks for magical damage still crit, I would imagine they do. And they still scale properly, but they're not going to deal physical damage. I think that they're slowly working themselves into the same path that they took Smite 1. And I don't know how much I love that. I liked the difference between the two games. I liked that they were two very unique things, and that Smite 2 felt so different. I don't know if I want to see them go back to Smite 1 because it's their comfort zone as developers. I don't, you know what I mean? And as communities too, like a lot of the people are like, I don't like Smite 2 because it's not exactly like Smite 1. Shut up! Go play Smite 1 then. I don't care. Like, I want Smite 2 to be unique. I want it to be its own thing. Obviously, Smite as a concept and a structure as a whole is still going to be similar to one another, but I like that they were taking their own path, and I don't want to see them fall directly back into that groove of this is now exactly like Smite 1 again. So we'll see where they take it. Obviously, it's not there yet, but I don't want to see them continue to inch their way back like to what it was before in Smite 1. I would love to see them inch their way forward into something much more unique.
Merging physical and magical penetration into just one stat, penetration. So now we don't need to have like an int physical pen and an int magical pen in every combination, which was just getting like nonsensical or really limiting to certain builds. So every item will just give you penetration, and you can build that in any combination of strength and int very easily, and you would have seen that in the store while I was playing earlier. If you go back and look, you'll notice there was just one penetration filter in every strength or int pen. So you can double filter. So just filter.
I do like that idea right there. That's good.
Depending on what you need. Or
just one type of pen, not having magical and physical pen being separate. I think that would be a really good concept for the earlier stages of the alpha. I don't know how it's going to play out in the future, but in the earlier stages of the alpha, there were so few items in the game. There was one, maybe two magical penetration items, and if you wanted pen, you had to build those. There was no options. So being able to open that door into all sorts of different pens was a good idea. But I think also, like, just having one flat pen thing in the game not being specific to strength and intelligence is probably interesting too, right? So like if you're dealing magical damage but there's a really good physical pen item that you want, you can still build it and it'll still scale and work the same way it would if you were still to build total magical damage, right? I like that. That might introduce a little bit of diversity to the game as well. That's good. Now, if they were to add like 40 new items, like they say they're going to, is it necessary? I don't know, but well, you know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Or if you're a hybrid god, you can build one of each. Like
a lot of these same things are going to have to be seen in practice.
Yeah,
to get a good feel and understanding of it.
It keeps a lot of what we liked about the old system. It just makes it easier to understand, and it also makes tanking work better in the game, from my experience so far. In that it's easier to predict what kind of defenses, what kind of protections you're going to need, and it's easier to understand like how much pen people have and all that. So,
all right. So next thing is God Polish. It's going to be harder to show off anything like this today because it's really like you won't notice it until you really have the character in your hands and are playing on your home setup. But we're taking the feedback about how a god feels and plays and what's wrong with them from Smite 1 to Smite 2 really seriously. So we're going to use Susano as an example here. I'm just going to rattle off some of the things we've done to Susano since his feedback in Alpha 4. Basic attacks, adjusted the post-fire time of hit number 3 to match Smite 1. Ability 1 now has a shorter pre-fire time to better match the animation. Ability 1 now has adjusted animation blend that will make the animation better fit the timing.
So by God Polish, they mean they're buffing Susano, is what they're saying basically.
1 now hits knocked up targets. AO1 is now a true sweep attack. It was just a instant attack. It will update the hit area to be more correct and highlight targets correct.
Interesting.
Updated the radius by 0.5 meters to make it more accurate to Smite 1. Updated the animations to now have no blend time, so they really snap really closely together in the combo for Susano. Like some animations we want to blend out to idle, but these ones are fired really rapid succession or you're in-hand canceling between, so we remove that. Ability 2, we updated.
So I'm assuming it's not going to be just Susano that gets tweaks and adjustments like this, or their quote-unquote God Polish, as they call it. It's going to make burst potential in the game very, very good, which is scary when you're fighting a Susano, but I like the idea that just a way to tighten things up and make it slicker, and if you get good at a character and you understand exactly how their abilities work, like that's going to just increase the skill cap for the game, right? I like that.
Cone size to better match Smite 1. We no wait, I lied here. Bon, I should have fixed your notes more before I read this, but so scratch that one. We updated the blend time on this ability as well. We added the Susano's ability 2 is not an instant cone. It actually has a travel time from closest to farthest, which is really important for when there's multiple enemies in the area and ordering them up so they go to the right place. We reworked and fixed all that. We removed blends on knocked up characters who were pulled because they would do some weird visuals, so that will feel snappier. We updated the actual fire time of this ability as well, and visual effects and sound effects were all updated to better match the ability. Ability 3, we updated the projectile size to better match Smite 1, and ability 4, we better updated the size to match Smite 1. And we're doing that type of list on every god.
Yeah, and to be clear, not every god will have this level of changes heading into this first closed alpha test, right? I think the lesson that we took away from the most recent closed alpha test was that we needed to be sure that we were closer to 1-to-1 on some of these field things from Smite 1 to Smite 2, where we hadn't previously gotten as much of that kind of feedback. So we're going to be going back through and hitting them kind of rolling wave, kind of like we were talking about the card art before. Right. So you're going to see some of these gods get changes this time, some that we haven't gotten to yet, we'll get it next time. But we want to make sure every god feels as close to Smite 1 as we can make them.
All right.
I mean, but better, right? Not just like a copy. So, you know, we want to make sure it's not worse than the Smite 1 feel. Right. And in some ways they are, in certain ways, worse than Smite 1 feel. So we're addressing that.
Sorry.
He caught himself there. But that was kind of the statement that I had earlier about how I don't want them to just like bring Smite 1 into... I don't want Smite 1 with better graphics. I want a whole new game, dude. Which... in the first alpha, it felt like a whole new game, right? And it seems like it's, although they are refining things and making things better in every single patch, it does sort of feel like they're pushing a little bit closer to Smite 1. And I don't know if that was the right terminology. I think that in practice, we're going to see this be a little bit more unique, right? We're going to see this feel more like Smite 2 than it is Smite 1. I think maybe they had a poor choice of words there, but I understand what they're saying. And I like the direction they're going here so far. This is a long video. Holy crap, hold on. We got 25 minutes left of this. This is way longer than I thought it was going to be.
Production team. Yeah, we want to make them feel all of the parts that you love about Smite 1 feel as good or better, plus all of the new plus ones in the kit, right? So if we want to hop in Gamer Home, show you a few things for our next two items. So the next two items in our note is a visual effects clarity pass and impact pass, and an audio clarity pass and theming pass, I would say. So this is not done for all the gods either, but is in progress. Ymir is one of the ones.
I know, I think the live stream's over though, Kite. I started from the very beginning. Yeah, they're no longer live, so that is the end of their live stream. I didn't want to just skip to where they were exactly live. Oh wait, is it live? Either way, I don't want to sit here for like 2 hours and listen to this. We're supposed to be playing The Witcher 3.
We don't have a before and after to show you here, but all of his effects have been updated since Alpha 4, specifically to make them easier to see in a combat sense. So there was just maybe a bit too much going on, some really bright colors, hard contrasts, things that maybe work well in a more cinematic situation. But if we're trying to battleground of the gods here, we need to know what's going on better. And this also helps performance by doing a very tight look at these and keeping the parts we need the most. So Ymir and every other god will be getting a full audit for excessive effects, flashing things that can be disorienting or fatiguing, clarity issues with mismatching sizes or timings, or just overly artistic elements that weren't contributing to the clarity. All of those things are getting a second pass on them, and it's going really well, and they're looking really good.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I noticed the most looking at Ymir's effects is...
they are still live?
They used to have just a lot of really bright white areas, which looked really good and really icy in isolation, but the more you saw it in the span of a fight with a lot of other bright effects, it was overwhelming. The game was yelling at you, you know? And so we took that feedback and we went back, and it still has a...
I think that was a really great way to express exactly what he was just trying to get across. The game did feel very fatiguing, and it felt like it was yelling at you. Those are perfect words to express exactly what it felt like. Yes, it did. It did feel like that. Although I didn't hate it. I didn't mind it as much. But I do totally agree with that. And I think exactly what they're trying to do here is like, it's spot on, dude. That is the polish that we were looking for from one alpha weekend to the next, and this is a really good addition, I think. Although it might be minimal impact, I think a lot of people are probably going to be like, "Oh, like freaking whatever, dude. That's not a big deal. Like, focus on the other stuff." I think this is a really good one. I like this adjustment that they're talking about right now. This is fantastic.
A lot of the same feel, but it's just going to read a lot better in combat and not be so overwhelming on things that don't need to be overwhelming. But if you do like the Frost Breath again, you'll see that like the Frost Breath has a bright like glow to it when it happens, because that's something that you need to be warned about, right? When you do the glacial strike, there's a glow to the roll that's brighter, because that's the part that like you're warning about, because this thing is coming, right? The effects just read better in terms of understanding the combat.
Well, also just being on the ground and being a little bit paler is going to help you see anything on top of it, where if that was really bright, you would lose other things going over it. So things like that, and it's making a big difference.
It really is. And,
that does make a big difference.
It's making a game is a million little.
That might not be as noticeable of a feature like in this context that they're in now, being in like jungle practice or something, but I think in practice, in an actual game, when there's 6 people on top of each other all throwing abilities, that is going to make a massive difference in how the game feels.
Little things, right? And this is one of those little things that's going to make a big difference.
So shout outs to the whole art team who's taking.
Dude, I just want to say that they like, I know there's been a lot of concern about Smite 2, and I haven't had my like happiest moments on Smite 2 either. There's been a couple times of concern where I'm just like, man, this is just not it. It's just not feeling good. This is a big one. We're not even done yet, and they've already touched on like the finest details that you could have asked for. The team is really working hard here, and you can... Dude, the amount of effort they've put between now and the previous alpha weekend is immense. Like, they've made so many adjustments. They've added so many items. They've really dialed it in here. These are the kind of changes that I was hoping to see from one alpha weekend to the next. But it's an excessive amount of stuff to ask and expect a development team to do in such a small amount of time. The fact that they've gotten this much done, and they're talking about doing more in between here in the next 2 weeks until the alpha is supposed to come out fully. This is a major amount of work. So you got to hand it to their team. Not only are they incredibly talented, but they are freaking dedicated at this point. They're really pushing it to make sure that they're going to get it locked in before the alpha is supposed to come out. I'm glad they delayed it. I was upset at first, as everybody should have been, right? As everybody was. Everybody's like, you're delaying it again? But I think that these are some necessary adjustments that I'm glad they took their time for, that we're going to see a lot of quality come out of, dude. This is good. We're really off to a good start here.
Taking this time and effort to go through this, it's like, you know, and shout out to the community who are enjoying this entire ride through an alpha of a game.
Absolutely.
So the last thing on our list here before we show off one new big...
It has been a wild ride. It's been quite a wild ride from the very first alpha weekend to where we are now. And the difference between one alpha weekend to the next might have been kind of minimal and not seemed like that much. But if you go to the first alpha weekend and skip directly to where we are now, like, it is a completely different game, and it is like leagues and leagues better than where it was before.
Feature is the audio.
Yes.
We have 2 more things, but audio clarity is going to have a similar thing. So
yes,
some of the sounds that people know and love from Smite 1 will be brought back into Smite 2. So like On Her's javelin impale throw is going to be the Smite 1 sound. There's been just a lot of back and forth and confusion and, you know, a lot of negative feedback about things changing too much in that regard. So we're doing a lot of those, just bringing back the sounds that you know and love and the ones that are most important to the kits. We're also doing a wide range clarity pass for just kind of the rules, some of the hidden rules around the audio for the characters that really contribute a lot to making the characters feel good. One good example that we found was like swing audio versus hit audio, which it sounds like in this current build, I can't really hear much, so sorry, I can't really demo this very well right now, but like Smite 2, a lot of our initial passes, the character swinging their weapon was far too loud. And that made it really hard to tell when you were hitting something because you couldn't hear the hit sound, which needs to play over the swing sound. And it made the characters just really noisy, just kind of moving around. So like rebalancing a lot of things like that to make the game just sound better. A lot of work going into that. Yeah. Anything to add? We're going long today. We still got one big feature to get to too.
Yeah, I think the only other thing I'd say is, like, you know, another area of audio that we didn't really talk about is when somebody dies.
Oh yeah,
we were missing a lot of the audio feedback that you get in Smite 1 when somebody dies.
Thank
and that
you.
was that
gold explosion,
the gold explosion, the ka-chunk sound, an enemy has been slain. All of that was missing from the most recent couple alpha builds.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
I think that understanding when somebody has died
gold flew to me.
Yeah, see that gold flying to you, like all that stuff is there in Smite 1, and that helps you understand when people are being killed and read the flow of combat. So we're hoping that with that in,
I love it.
The flow of
Big
combat
deal.
reads a little bit better. We're also changing the FX. I'm not sure if they're in yet or if they're going to be in for Closed Alpha 1, but the kind of like fade out effects when you kill somebody. Yeah, you see they have that upward burst now too. That helps make it more clear when somebody's died. We still really like these like effects on somebody dying rather than the animations, because those animations were so different from God to God that those were actually really hard to read unless you've played 8,000 hours of Smite.
Lingered forever.
And they lingered forever. So we think that this is actually the right direction for Smite 2.
Yep.
We just need to make it work. So we're doing a lot of work on this, and I think it's reading a lot better.
Big
so
ups,
would
dude.
love your feedback when you guys play.
That looks good.
Hopefully
Sounds good.
Feels better.
All right, the last little thing on the list, not little, it's going to be a little bullet point, but I don't want to undersell the amount of technical work that went into it. So shout out to Chaos and team for
Dude, that was one of my
minion
biggest gripes
knockback
in the
AI
first alpha
improving, just a
weekend. I was
full
like, I
pass on
can't
minions
figure
to
out when
make sure
enemies
they
have died.
behave and feel more like Smite 1.
Like, did I get the
which
kill?
is,
I don't understand what
been
happened.
iterated on
You know
for
what I
years
mean?
years
And
years
that level of
our
clarity
players
with the
obviously
visuals
really
and the
like
audio is going to make a world of a difference in that
But
aspect.
yeah, just really
That's
making
really
sure
good.
their knockbacks feel like more like what you're used to. Oh man, I just one-shot that whole wave. Okay, so my power scaling is a little off here in jungle practice, but yeah, big change. A lot of the like players, especially solo laners, were like really feeling this. It matters a lot into the solo lane at a competitive level. So we want to make sure that the Smite, solo lane is as competitive as ever in Smite 2. So we spent a significant amount of time getting that tuned up.
Yeah, I think it's just minions should behave much more predictably and not just I hit it and he goes back too far, or the wave unclumps, or he gets distracted and starts attacking this other thing that he wouldn't have in Smite 1. And now, all of those little things are just so much better. It feels so much more natural to clear a wave. And it really is a big feels
One of the big things, and I believe we have a short video for tomorrow, but like characters with leaps, before there was an issue where minions would just run away from you whenever you go in the air, and it'd make it hard to clear. And that's being reverted to
AI issue.
More like Smite 1, to where they'll just stay in place even if you're in the air mid-leap for those characters that use, leaps to clear the wave.
Can we hide the game screen while I switch us to the next section? And Alex, you want to set us up for the next one?
Yeah. So one of the other really big features that we're going to have in Closed Alpha 1 is God progression, God mastery, right?
Yes.
So when you're playing a game, it's always great to feel like you have something to play for, right? And one of my first objectives when I started playing Smite back in the day before I worked here was I'm going to get every God mastery level 1. That's like my goal. And
we like learn me and get every
God mastery level 10. Yeah. We know that having something to grind for and to see you're making progress as you're playing the game is really important. So we wanted to get that system in for 24/7 alpha. But we know that the way that mastery works in Smite 1 has a lot of things that are really good about it and a lot of things that are kind of like, eh. So one of the things that's really great about Smite 1 is that it's this endless, keep getting stars. You can always make more progress and show how devoted you are to your god, right? One thing that's bad is that you really don't get anything for mastering your god other than numbies going up, right?
Numbies.
You get the ability to purchase
This guy.
3 mastery skins. That is what you get in Smite 1. At Master Level 1, Master Level 5, and Master Level 10, which is not really great. So with Smite 2, we wanted to look at that progression and how can we make that feel more rewarding, give more rewards, more interesting rewards, and make it something that's kind of a fun experience as you go from 1 to 10 with each god. So because of that, we've introduced Ascension Passes, which if you have bought a Ultimate, or what's the mid-level one called?
Deluxe
Founders Edition. You've already purchased some of these, so hopefully you're excited about what you see here. But yeah, so basically as you're playing each god, you'll progress along kind of like a mini battle pass track as you gain worshippers, just like you're mastering your god in Smite 1, but you'll be able to see it better. And you'll unlock new rewards, including a lot of new kinds of rewards, which are really exciting and let you personalize your representation of your character a lot more than you could in Smite 1. So I think that's a decent little spiel before we go to the screen. Anything
that
I
is a
should talk about
wonderful
before we-
idea.
I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
we'll look at the screen and you can go ahead and keep walking us through whatever you'd like to.
Okay,
I've
so
got it pulled up right now.
Let's look at the screen. Okay, so this is the screen.
I will. All right, off rip. Hold on. You guys can't see it because my face is covering it up, but there's an excessive amount of currencies being listed there, which I'm really not a fan of. Ascend for more rewards. Instantly claim rewards, including the Shadow Susano skin and more when you purchase the Ascension Pass. I don't like that. I don't like the idea that you can instantly buy all these things. So, essentially, from my understanding already off rip, what that means to me is that rank 1 through 10, you can instantaneously purchase these for 450 of these currencies right here. That feels gross. That's not pay to win. They're just cosmetic stuff, right? There's a clap, there's a wave, there's a graffiti thing, there's skins. There's nothing here. And on top of that, there's free rewards and then there's locked rewards. So your diamond pass, your diamond skin that you can originally earn in game is now, it requires gems. Unacceptable.
As you'll notice, there are both.
I also I don't appreciate the literal battle pass concept here. I think this could have been implemented in a way that did not feel like a battle pass, and it would have been much better. I would have appreciated it much more. I don't like this. I like this idea of making earning worshippers and leveling up your god. I love that idea. You want it to be more rewarding. You want it to be more than just like a little notch on your character that says tier 1, tier 2. At level 10, you get a diamond skin. And it looks like the diamond skin is not necessarily diamond anymore. It's actually something a little bit more unique. This one is the shadow skin. Look, I think this is a phenomenal way to make the game more engaging, to give you tiered rewards as you get better and progress with that character. The fact that you can just skip all the way to the very end by paying money, and the fact that you're going to have to pay money to get the skin, I find that to be completely unacceptable. I hate that idea from the bottom of my heart, and I don't think that there's anything that's going to change my mind about it unless they reveal some more information. Then I change my mind. But one thing that I greatly appreciate about Smite 1 is that once you get to tier 3, once you get to tier 5, tier 10, you can earn currency in the game by completing matches and doing challenges that you can then buy that diamond skin with. This is stupid. That pisses me off.
And paid rewards on the track at different levels. One thing to call out right away is that we've rebalanced the way that you progress through this, where it's going to take the same amount of worshippers to get from mastery level 0 to mastery level 10, but you're going to get to mastery level 5 more quickly. So you'll get the first 5 tiers of rewards much more quickly. If we can go to the free reward for level 1, you're going to get the clap emote for free now as part of just leveling up your god. And if you go to level 7, I'll come back to that in a second. Okay. If you go to level 7, you're going to get the wave emote for free just for leveling up your god. And keep in mind, you also just get the voice pack for every god just free by default in Smite 1, so you don't have to buy those ever.
Right.
Now, at the bottom, you also note there's like times 10 diamonds. Diamonds are the new premium currency in Smite 2. So what we had gems in Smite 1, in Smite 2 we have diamonds. So you're going to earn, as you play through, I believe the number is 225 diamonds on the free track.
That's a lot of diamonds.
That's a lot of diamonds
just playing
for playing
Smite
a god
free.
for free.
All right.
And then
I misunderstood it. I was raging, but I misunderstood. So you can either spend gems or diamonds. Gems are the currency that you buy. Diamonds are the currency you earn. So it's no longer, I forget what they're called, but I used to call them sun credits. The little yellow currency that in Smite 1 that you could earn. It's no longer that, they're diamonds. And it's the same price both ways. It's 450 diamonds, it's under my face. 450 diamonds or 450 gems. All right. I'm freaking watching you, high res.
on the paid track, at level 10, you will also get 225 diamonds. Spoiler on the Radiant skin. So you'll get 450 diamonds just by playing through this. If you get to level 10 with your legacy gems, that's enough to basically go infinite.
Oh, I'm sorry. The green currency is legacy gems. Those are the conversion of every currency you have. The gems that you get from Smite 1, anything that you've bought in Smite 1, not anything. I think there's specific things from Smite 1 that they've allocated and said, hey, this will be converted over to Smite 2 currency. That's the green one, which is legacy gems. All right.
If you buy one of them for free. But you'd still be using legacy gems.
All right.
The other thing, just because I'm into pricing right now and everybody's had, because this leaked, because Rally here, a little bit of this leaked at least, because Rally here posted a blog.
Teased, you mean?
Teased, whatever.
Teased, yeah.
Unintentional tease, I think is the best way to say it. So you see that this is showing that it costs 450 diamonds and 450 legacy gems. If you didn't have legacy gems, it would be 900 diamonds for this. And this is the way almost every purchase in Smite 2 will
incredibly
work and
expensive.
will look for you. If you have legacy gems, it will be half price. Half of the price will be legacy gems. Half of the price will be diamonds.
So if you earn 225 diamonds for completing a single god, if you get one god to level 10, you get 225 diamonds. That is half of the price it requires. That is a quarter of the price it is required to purchase one diamond ascension. Well, I'll call it diamond, but one ascension, right? So one ascension will get you all of these locked rewards for this individual character. I would assume it's for this individual character, not all of them. But for you to complete 4 gods to unlock the ascension for one god, I don't know if I love that, but it's better than what I thought it was before.
There are also going to be certain skins that we are porting from Smite 1. I think it's only going to be one in this closed alpha patch because we decided to give the other one away free as a Twitch drop, spoilers.
Oh, hell yeah.
But that you will be able to spend 100% legacy gems on. So you're going to be able to get stuff just with your legacy gems. Don't worry about it. We're going to keep dropping more and more skins that are kind of ported Smite 1 classic skins that you can get for legacy gems. So you need,
and I'm sure you can buy diamonds,
450 legacy gems, or 900 diamonds. Now, the question in everybody's mind, because you're used to Smite 1 currency pricing, well, how much is a diamond? Yeah.
Mal, if you said something like this will make you never touch the game. Yeah. Yeah, me too.
The currency in Smite 2 diamonds works a little bit differently than Smite 1 because Smite 1 had some issues. The currency value.
I will say, dude, this is something that I feel like we've talked about this forever and ever. I feel like this is all we talk about nowadays on the channel. But this is not Fortnite.
Scales really hard in Smite 1, harder than any other game, where it's a dumb idea
Make
to
your
not
own
buy the
game.
$100 pack. And no
Quit this stupid battle pass garbage.
Before I started working here.
Make your own game.
The exchange rate is just so much better if you buy the $100 pack that it feels bad when you're like, oh, I'll just drop $8 or whatever and get 400 gems. So we wanted to flatten out the currency curve across the from $5 to the $100 pack. So it's less of a bad idea to buy a smaller pack. And by doing that, we also just kind of had to jumble the numbers around a little bit. So the 2 price points that I've memorized in my head, which I will share with you today. So for $10, you will get 1,300 diamonds. For $100, you will get 16,000 diamonds. So the very rough way of thinking about it, since it's $100 was 8,000 gems, it's 16,000 diamonds. So it's kind of twice as much, but it's a bigger difference for smaller prices because $8 was 400 gems and it's, and $10 is 1,300 diamonds. So the prices should be much more accessible without needing to spend a lot of your money to get to.
Yeah.
The other thing to keep in mind is that if you buy any Founders Pack, your legacy gems are doubled. So we aren't trying to devalue your currency by changing the prices like this. You're getting as close to 1-to-1 value as we can do. We're also giving you all of your free gems that you got for daily login bonuses in Smite 1. And those are also doubled if you buy any Founders Packs. So that was probably more currency talk than I really wanted to get into, but I know that the first thing everybody's brain goes to is like, what's this going to cost me, right? And I think that this is, we're trying to be as fair and as cost effective as we can be on this kind of stuff. And I think being able to go infinite,
cheaper than a lot of other competitors,
still cheaper than a lot of things. And I think very competitively, like the fact that you can go infinite on these with just legacy gems is pretty good. So back to the actual contents of this, because I'm sorry, I went off on this tangent that I was supposed to go off on later. So what else do you get when you buy in? If you buy an Ascension Pass, on the break, you get the Shadow skin. You get, can you go back to the full screen on the
We're done.
Production? Can you go back to full screen?
We're done. Let's go back to all the Witcher 3. I'm done. I forget where we left off. Yes.
Looky, Mr. Fancy Pants.
All right, let's go find Fringilla.
It's just like, what if I disappear again tomorrow?
Was it hard? Killing that vermin?
Never crumble.
Wolf, did you see? The black dogs in their rickety tubs. They bay at our gates, seek to strike fear in our hearts.
Saw them all. Where's Ermion?
Went to see Lugas. An uncrate on the throne remains a thorn in his arse. Now he's seen the Black Ones, it pricks him even harder. The Druid's gone to reason with the dim-witted knob.
Think I'll join Ermion. Need to talk to him.
Go. And when you see that bloody twit Lugas, be sure and tell him... best not. The Druid knows what to say. Farewell.
Okay.
Not me, nor that witch.
Let's go talk to Ermion.
But I prefer me trusty axe.
Dude. Man. Smite. What are you doing? What are you doing, Hi-Rez? Capitalizing on this market today that is absolutely not the way to build a stable foundation to your company. That is not how you monetize your game, dude. Will you make a lot of money in the short term? Yeah. That is not long-term investment at all, dude. If you want longevity out of your game, you don't do it like that. I don't think that that's... I'm upset with Smite. I've seen enough. I don't want to think about that anymore, dude. I'm disappointed. There was a lot of positive things they said, but they lost me. I no longer want to hear anything they have to say. I don't even care if they go away from the monetization factors of their game. I'm done. I don't want to hear it.
Respect, Witcher.
And what else would crack? I'll not kneel before an Oncrite, never. That clear to you?
You prefer to aid the Black Ones?
I'd sooner aid the rights of bleeding Moorhog than let crack rule all Skellige.
And your men, what do they say? Will they follow you when the Jarls call you a traitor?
This here's my land, Druid. Watch your words.
What would you call it if not treason?
That's your bark before you bite. Did crack send you here for my head? Well then go ahead. Try to take it. Get him!
What? I don't want to fight this guy. I thought we were talking, dude.
Damn.
He won't last. Harder! I'll watch ye die with pleasure.
Come. You should not stay here.
Get out of my way, big boy! Goodness. Goodness. I didn't really want to kill those guys. I don't know why he couldn't just like get over himself for having. There's so much pride in this game. So many people are way too big for their britches, and they insist that pride is absolutely the most important thing ever. When if you just set it aside, man, you can do a lot more beneficial things for your entire peoples. Mafio, you do whatever pleases you, but as far as Smite goes, man, they had me locked in. I was so engaged. I was so locked in with everything they had to say until they brought the Fortnite Battle Pass out. And not only is it a Fortnite Battle Pass, but it is a Fortnite Battle Pass for every single character in the entire game. Have you lost your ever-loving minds, Hi-Rez? Like, look, there are better ways to earn revenue in your game than monetizing through those means. Look, they started on a good note. They said, we want to make it more rewarding to progress through each character. And then they said, and it's $10 to do it. Malaka. Dude, I don't know, Moff. I think that Smite 2 is still going to be phenomenal, but I don't appreciate that level of monetization at all. I think that Smite 1 had a very good thing going for it. They had a battle pass, and they had a lot of cosmetics that you could purchase, but they didn't shove it down your throat. It was there, and it was high quality, and they made an excessive amount of money off of it because it was high quality. Not because they implemented all of these battle pass features like Fortnite does. This is not Fortnite. This is a completely different game that is supposed to be unique to itself. There is no reason why they should be ripping all of these heavily like monetization features from all of these other games and just slamming it in your face with their new game. That is not acceptable, dude. I don't appreciate that at all. I appreciate all of the other things they said. I think everything that they've done up until that point was phenomenal. I was all on board, dude. I was roped in. They had me, and they just threw it all away, dude. And all right, and this is what they delayed their game for? This is what they delayed the open alpha for. They wanted to put battle passes on every single character. That's what they wanted to wait so long for. That's what they kept everybody from playing their game for, so that they could implement an excessive amount of monetization. Done. We're playing more The Witcher 3. I don't want to talk about Smite.
Mistake.
I'm salty now.
Smell a card.
I was so excited.
Damn.
All together.
Yeah, dude. The crappy part is probably 15% of Smite players will see that video. Yeah. I think it'll probably, well, yeah. I think a majority of the people that have been participating in every single alpha weekend are going to be interested in that type of video. I would say that a majority of people that watch that video are going to have a very similar perspective that we have here on that's freaking bullcrap, dude. Look, man, they've been working hard. The devs of that game have been busting their freaking tits off. They've been working so hard to get this game out. And then the freaking CEO that wants to buy a new Porsche, dude. Like, dude, they made... Smite 1 had such a good monetization, way... They had such a good way to do it. They did not cram it down your throat like it was a big old gagger, dude. They they had a battle pass. They had skins that you could buy. They had cosmetics and stuff like that that you could purchase if you wanted to. But it wasn't so in your face, shove it down your throat type of deal. And they still made so much money from that. They made so much money in Smite 1 with their cosmetics and their battle passes because it was high quality stuff. Okay, I'm not saying that what they're gonna do in Smite 2 is not gonna be high quality either, but what they're doing is putting more and more incentive, more and more, like, basically just advertising it to your face, dude. Like, to put a battle pass on every single character in the game and say you have to buy them all individually, and if you were to play, okay, look, if you were to complete the passes for every single character in the game, 1 through 10 levels, right, and unlock all of the currency that you're able to earn, you can only buy 1/4 of those characters' stuff that they offer in that pass. 1/4. So if you want to look, I'm still here. If you look, I liked the idea of adding more of a reward for playing through a character and getting it to level 10. I thought the tiers 1 through 10 were interesting in Smite 1. Gaining worshippers is fun. It's enjoyable. It's a good reason to keep playing the same god and like getting better with that character and earning some form of like badge to say, I did this. I put the time in. But they were right. It was lacking something. It needed more of an incentive. It needed more of a level of appreciation and reward for, and a sense of achievement for doing that, right? And they started off hot by announcing that and saying, we want this to be more fun. We want to do better. And then they were like, by the way, it's $10 a character.
That's enough.
Go freaking suck yourself,
Wait.
dude.
This one's really funny. What's the difference?
Well, Geralt, I see no row can occur in Skellige without your participation.
Mean and inaccurate, Ermion. Seems to me I've missed quite a few.
The blood of Croc's blood sits upon the throne, and that is your doing. I'm afraid you've ignited a small civil war.
For ages, men
Me?
have shed each other's blood in the quest for
Why me?
Skellige's crown. Politics as usual.
It wasn't
Just a
me.
difference of degree. Yet the bloody feast at Caer Trolda was different. It was dishonorable, treacherous, needed investigation. More Witcher's work. Work that culminated with the crowning of the Isle's new queen.
You know what? Gosh darn it, I'm still on this box. You know what the worst part about all that crap that we just discussed with the monetization is that they will be, the company as a whole, I'm not talking about the developers of Hi-Rez because that is not their decision. That is the CEOs and the big freaking suits at the top of the ladder that sit up there and they just crap over the ledge and hope that it hits somebody in the face. Like, dude, that is their decisions. The suits up top. It's not the developer's choice to do things like that by any means. The developers are incredibly talented and they put so much work and effort into it. So they are absolutely not the people to be blamed for those type of decisions that are being made. The worst part about all of that is that they're going to make more and more and more money about it. And I'm not saying that the devs of Hi-Rez don't deserve to make a bunch of cash for the freaking phenomenal games that they develop. What I'm saying is that these types of actions, when it comes to the development of game companies at the hands of the suits at the top of the ladder, should not be rewarded, but inevitably, at the end of the day, are. Every single one of them makes an excessive amount of cash and they shove it and shove it and shove it and they want more and more and more. And like, there's no, it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what anybody says. It doesn't matter how many people hate that level of monetization in game developments. There will inevitably be more and more people at the end of the day that spend that money, that pay $10 a god, 130 gods, $1,300 for what should be free skins per player. Per player. Per player. That level of monetization should not be rewarded, but it is. I'm done. I'm going to quit crying about it. I've said enough.
Thought Croc sent you to negotiate an agreement with Lugos. An agreement? Only Croc believes such a thing.
Smite 2 does not have 130 gods in it, but I do anticipate it getting there one day. Sorry. I just needed to clarify that.
Well, at this stage...
Mean I didn't actually ruin things for you?
Not this time. Lugos' death stands to change a great deal. His cousin, who will now be named Jarl, is a weak commander. Stupid. This war will start soon, end even sooner. But why have you returned to Skellige?
Listen, Ermion. Know anything about the Sunstone? Legends place it somewhere in Skellige.
The mask of Urberus first, now the Sunstone. Monsters may rest easy. You've become a treasure hunter. I've never found the Enshe elves interesting. But there's a skald, Avent. He could help you. Once told me of some inaccessible caverns or ruins or some such.
Where will I find him?
Today? In Arendbjorn, doubtless. You might also ask the Pearl Divers, Erling and Matthias Fishlung. Of late, they hunt near the tip of the bay, eastern end.
Fishlung? Interesting.
So they call him. Submerges for hours at a time. None know how he does it, but I've my suspicions.
Not too fond of him.
It's nothing personal. I couldn't stand his father or grandfather either.
Thanks for your help.
One thing, Geralt. These caves are ruins. Matthias and Erling's ancestors would have looted them bare centuries ago were they not protected by some magic barrier. Take a sorceress with you. You must have brought at least one along.
Whole gaggle this time.
Gods protect us.
He said it! He said it! He said it! He said it! Yes! Oh, that was... Yes! All right. He said it, dude. Oh.
You looking to buy something?
I want to play Gwent, fool. Oh, we've already played him. That's freaking funny, dude. Oh, that made me happy.
Not now.
Watching for Nilfgaard's fleet?
Fleet? Oh, aye, they mentioned something. Nay, I've more important matters on my mind. By my calculations, today's the day Gevorg, the legendary white whale, will swim the waters of Skellige. Been waiting for this my whole life.
What's this whale about?
He's to appear when specters descend from the heavens into the waves. The serpent wakes the sea's wrath and an icy monster devours an isle. Be the first bard to compose a ballad about him.
Legends don't happen to mention a curse of the Black Sun, do they?
Black Sun? What are you on about?
Never mind. Let's watch for Gevorg together, and you can tell me what you know about any elven ruins in Skellige. Heard of some cavern no one's been able to enter?
Good thing, too. Elsewise, they'd have plundered it long ago like all the others.
Yo.
Avend.
What?
I... just wanted to assure you I only want to look around the cavern. It's research.
Research?
Writing an adventure novel. Gathering material for it.
Mean to write up the coming of the White Fleet? Prime idea. Mayhaps you could use my translation of the Song of Gilban and Dillion.
Gladly, gladly. So where's this cavern?
Gotta sail east from Kertrolda. Cavern's in a cove, only accessible from the sea.
So long, and good luck with the white whale.
It'll show today. I'm sure of it.
That was kind of sad, dude. Talk to Jan. Alright, let's hit this, and Yen's all the way up north. Got it. Man, oh day. This game's getting long, baby. What's going on up here?
Away with you.
Dude, did she scare those wolves off? I was trying to save this lady, but she didn't seem scared at all. She didn't seem like she had any issue with those wolves.
Ought to keep an eye on.
Man. Freaking high res, dude.
Hands off our gulls.
Ah!
Hey, ding-a-ling. I have information for you.
Going somewhere?
Ciri says there's a site in Skellige we must examine. Avalach's clearly hiding something from us.
Earlier, when we were in the Isles together, Avalach mentioned a laboratory. At one point, he wished to teleport there, to retrieve something. And he refused to take me with him. It was all very strange.
Sufficiently suspicious, don't you think?
So what? Want to just sneak in and root around?
Exactly. Coming with?
Fine. Where is it?
On a small isle between Undvik and Speakerog.
Not exactly on our way. Just found out the Sunstone's on Ard Skellige. Cavern along the coast that we can only access from the sea. Gonna need some real magic to get in, too.
Go find this laboratory. I'll explore Ard Skellige. You can join me later.
Philippa, your eyesight. Only just recovered and magically simulated. Didn't you say you'd need some time to get accustomed?
Did I?
I'd forgotten how irritating she can be. Come, Ciri. We'll await you there.
Alright, what the crap, dude? They're not gonna take me with them? They're gonna make me walk? Nice. Alright, we can actually fast travel directly to it.
Was it hard?
Oh!
Killing that vermin.
There! Come, take a gander! It's true what they say.
The child of the elder blood. Okay. These golems look like they're gonna come to life.
So, any incriminating letters? Closets full of skeletons?
We've not even opened the door yet.
It's a highly complex magic barrier. Let's try.
Killing the golem.
We've awoken the sentry.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Got him. Sure, the other one's gonna wake up too, right? Maybe not.
Pretty cozy. Doesn't look much like a lab at all.
That proves nothing. We must look around.
It's a bit low, isn't it? Rummaging through his papers.
You wish to come, my dear.
Portrait of Ciri, I think.
No, that's not me. Where's the scar?
It's definitely you. Really captured you. Sure Avalok's only interested in you for your magic abilities?
Very funny.
No comment on that one.
Didn't know he had a sweet tooth.
Wait, we're supposed to talk to Yen.
It seems someone was literally just here.
Avalok's assistant, maybe?
No. Somehow it doesn't seem like Avalok to have one.
A distillate? Smells like.
Verbena.
Uh-huh.
Aha, what?
No, nothing.
Sometimes you really get on my nerves, you know.
Herbs. Not very incriminating.
Wait. We've not examined the entire laboratory yet.
Yen.
Family tree, huh?
Genealogical chart of the Enhanikir, the Elder Blood, from Laura Doran.
To me. You never showed me the full version. I had no idea Viedmont of Eredin was an ancestor. Was he the one who punished his daughters with a hot iron? Or the one who had his own father's eyes gouged out?
Him of the daughters. My, even I'd never seen the full version. Seems Avalok has analyzed all the paths of Lara's gene, even those we thought extinct.
He's only analyzing? Really believe that? If he's anything like our mages, I seriously doubt he's standing back and observing how Laura's descendants are doing.
I don't think we'll ever know if or how deeply the elves have meddled in the gene's mutation.
Did you have a hand in what Geralt mentioned? The work of those human mages?
Of course not.
Let's look at his notes.
Gods. He spent over 2 centuries on this. He was the first to study Lara's gene. Volker? Some entries about Ciri, but it's here, later, that things get interesting. He actually tried to cultivate a genetic mix like Ciri's, but one excluding the human line.
Meaning what exactly? That I ought to be looking about for giant jars holding my siblings?
Don't be foolish. Avalok never got that far. Apparently all his experiments ended in failure. You are unique.
And that's why we've the wild hunt to contend with. Let's ferret on. See if we can't find something even more interesting.
Mirror standard. Might have expected a hidden portal. Elves sure know their fragrances.
Someone's there, beyond the door.
Just bust it open.
How did you get in here?
How do we know this lady?
We mean you no harm.
I care not at all why you're here. Get out. You. I remember you. From Tir Nalia.
Remarkable. I thought all elves looked alike to those of your race. If it's Avalach you seek, he's not here.
I know.
And yet you come here. What for? To spy on him. He tries his damnedest to save you every time you do something stupid. Is that not enough?
What can you possibly know about that?
You'd be surprised. He's told me a great deal about you.
Like what?
He said you shared Lara's features. I don't see whatever it is he sees. It seems a bit like trying to drink water from a mud puddle. But I imagine that belief somehow helps him with his task.
What task?
Do you think he trails you everywhere for pleasure? Even I grow ill at the sight of you.
It's incredible how those like you still believe you're superior to humans, in any way.
She's no human. She's a degenerate half-breed. To have no choice but to use something like that? It's humiliating.
Another word, and I'll...
What? You'll change nothing. She must do what she must. Then Avalach will finally be free of her.
If he hates me so deeply, why didn't he tell me to my face?
Avalok means that much to you.
What's that got to do with anything? If they despise me so, they should leave me be.
Ciri.
What? Do you fear I'll level this place like I did Kaer Morhen? Shame I can't do that at will, because I'd really like to now.
Go for it. We didn't say anything. I love it, dude. we're gonna get in trouble.
There, that's better. Let's get out of here.
She drew a mustache and beard on his freaking painting, dude. Oh, I love it. That was really good. All right. Sometimes you just have to have a little fun and let go.
Must we return to the boat right away?
Something else you want to see?
Not here. On Hindersfjall. In Lofoten. I met a young man, Skial. And I'd like...
We're no Skill.
What is it?
Ciri, Skial is dead.
The Wild Hunt. Everyone? No one survived?
Skial died later.
You sure it was him? You'd met him?
I was there. I saw his body.
Will you visit his grave with me? I'd like to say goodbye.
Dang, dude. We can do that. This
I'll
is
go
probably
with
a
you.
bad decision. Wasting
Thank you.
time like this, but
Could you
it's
open a
something we
portal
gotta do.
to Hindersfjall?
I can.
Let's do this.
Come back soon, all right?
Mm-hmm. See you.
Let's look around. Should be a relatively fresh grave mound.
Thank you for coming. I detest graveyards, especially wandering them alone.
Let's look around together. Come on.
Why does that tree look like... That one tree, the birch tree in the background,
son of
looked like
Njord.
one of those, like...
Olaf, son of
inflatable
Ova.
wavy boys that you see outside of, like,
Inga,
car
daughter of
dealerships.
Chortnir. Damn it. He's not here. Skial has no grave. Geralt, I shan't leave until I bury him. Think, the body. What could have become of it?
They didn't burn it. Save that honor for kings and heroes. Doubt they left him in the garden, too.
Bastards.
What?
Beyond the village, there's a pit. They fill it with sheep taken by Blackleg. Crabs pick at their bones at night.
It's tough, because Skill was a really, really good person. He did everything for her. Dude, he risked everything to save her.
What are you doing? What you should have done long ago. We're burying Skial.
Burying Craven? You defy the right of the elders. Begone. Leave this place. You defile our laws.
Lower your voice before we need another grave.
How can you defend him?
Craven's place is in the ditch.
Why? Dang, son. Alright, well, I
Skial
didn't...
saved your bloody lives. The Wild Hunt was after me. Had Skial not led me away then, why they would have reduced Lofoten to ash.
What would the spectres be wanting of some lass who...
I am not some lass. And anyone who so much as touches this grave will learn that the hard way.
Aye. None will disturb it. Desecrating graves. Well, it's the only thing elders punish harder than fleeing the battlefield. And what you said. Can't know the truth of it.
Dude, have fun at dinner,
The gods will
Mr.
judge
Mafio
Skial
Sir.
now.
We were right to come. I was deeply troubled. You've no idea.
Well, they shouldn't spit on his name anymore.
Let's go.
So they did that to him because he fled the battlefield, but what he really did was lead the wild hunt away and protect Ciri and save all of the lives that were left in the village. And they punished him for it by throwing him in a ditch.
You!
If only Miss Sven could be a
Oh, wait.
hero. Her who whispered.
What are we doing? We're sneaking onto the Emperor's ship. Way over there.
Mother and crone.
Alright. Alright. Doggo. I don't know if this is the best move, but we're gonna pop on a boat at nighttime and try to just roll up to it. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. Oh, it's already nighttime. This is perfect. What is going on? Thank you. I'm stuck on something. There we go. What in the heck is that? Is that just a light?
Sink the boat! Shoot! Wait, Harley. Damn it.
Ah! I can't get off the boat. Oh my gosh. I thought... What the heck, dude? I thought that if I didn't drive into the light, I'd be fine. But I was wrong. The hell is that noise, dude? My goodness. Alright, we're gonna try something different. I guess I'm just swimming the whole way. This freaking place sucks, dude. Let me through. Okay. I hate swimming. Oh, come on. Ugh, this is why I hate swimming, dude. What a stupid freaking... Thank you! How am I gonna do this? We're gonna drink a potion of, like, holding your breath and stay underwater. I think we're cool. Seems like we're cool. I'm not sure how to get on the boat, though.
Hold! It's the Witcher! Emperor's orders! Stand down!
Wait, stand down? I thought they were gonna jump me. It's like, there's no way he saw me, dude. Whoa! I thought you were standing down.
Witcher, what a pleasant surprise.
Warm welcome. Thank you, Your Majesty.
You should have come with my daughter. Your welcome would have been different. Where is she?
Close.
Close, White Wolf, is what you are to decapitation. You're insolent because you believe I cannot afford to hurt you. And you're right. Yet that will change one day, when you are no longer indispensable, but disposable. But enough of that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What do you want?
Fringilla Vigo. Been told you promised Yennefer you'd free her. I can see. I know you're a busy man. So here's a letter. Ought to refresh your memory about the Lodge.
Even Yennefer's humblest requests seem like threats. I've always liked that about her. Very well, so be it.
Time I was on my way.
At last, a point we agree on. Guards, bring me Fringilla Vigo. You may remove her Dimeritium shackles. No introductions are necessary from what I've heard. Farewell.
Fringilla. Been a while. The other sorceresses, they're on Ginvale near Ard Skellige. We could take a boat.
I'm sick to death of boats.
There she goes. Yeah, I could have told you that was gonna happen.
And I despise teleports, but have it your way. Let's go.
I kind of prefer a teleport. What does she have written on her dress?
Triss.
She has like a scroll tied around her belt.
And she's sure to want to talk to you.
It's under my face
I don't doubt it.
I meet Philippa in the Elven Ruins. Okay. Dude, we are bouncing all over the place. Rescuing everybody right now. Wait, what? Is it gonna be easier to run? No, but it'll probably be easier to take a boat. I think that this mountain range is a pain in the tuchus, and I think I've tried to get to this area before. So I think it's gonna be easier just to pop on a boat. Hope that we can get under that bridge over there. And then, okay. Dude, the boats are just crammed in here, huh? Here we go. We're back in our comfort zone of just sailing from one location to the next. I know... Wait, is this the right way? Hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second. Yeah, okay. I think we should be fine to fit underneath this bridge. Should be fine. I said a while ago, I was like, we have to get every single location. But I think I may be willing to have an exception for a few. We'll see how it goes. But it's just not... They're not required. As much as I would love to mark off every single checkpoint, we're talking like another 12 hours or something of bouncing from one spot to the next. And we still have a DLC to do. So we may just push a little bit of that to the side. We'll see. We'll see. I might have changed my mind. It just gets old going from, like, taking a boat and doing this for 10 minutes to get to one spot and 10 minutes to get to the next spot, to the next, to the next, to the next, for like hundreds of freaking locations. It just is kind of redonkulous. To the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. There's a fast travel point here. Oh my lord. I can't believe
Just wonderful.
I say, look at this.
Let's go.
She's doing great.
What now? Gonna grow yourself some new eyes, like Vilgefortz did? I remember the moment I killed him. Cultivation wasn't complete. They hadn't grown in fully yet. Looked disgusting, but...
I take it your mention of that deviant is purely coincidental.
Of course. Also heard of this rich blind dwarf from Mahakam. Had them put 2 sizable rubies in his eye sockets. Couldn't see a damned thing. But word is, it looked pretty tasteful. Hear that?
Of course they want the smoke.
What did she just say?
You're not her type.
What is going on? Where are they coming from?
Drowners were protecting her. Damn, there's a lot.
I hope you don't plan to muck about in this carrion now. We came here for a reason.
Her eyes are glowing now.
So how do we get up
The stairs? I'll fix them right away.
Dang, dude, why didn't we save Philippa at the beginning of the game so we could do things like this all the time?
Ready.
Let's go.
That's
Couldn't
cool,
help
dude.
notice the tension between you and Yennefer and Triss. It's very hard on Ciri, I think.
No, thank you. Gonna go this way.
There are times I doubt you through walls. Triss plans to exist as Ciri, eagerly awaits a chance to hop in bed with you. You and Yennefer play the parents.
Yeah, so if you're able to make it a 5-some, there's clearly no room.
That was really funny. It was hard to hear, but it was funny. She was commenting on the parenting style that we have going on with Seer, and how Triss is kind of sort of involved, and Kira's kind of sort of involved, and she...
I say, look
Geralt said there's no room for a fifth. Sorry about your luck.
It appears I must do everything for you. See the sentry who seems to be waiting for payment.
I'm fresh out of change.
Ugh, in blood, not coin. The sentry is Phelan of the Elven legend. Do you literally read nothing?
Hi. I don't know if it needs that much blood, does it?
There you are. Yennefer must have tremendous pull with the Emperor to get him to guarantee the Lodge's safety. What's your take on it?
I think he's lying.
Obviously a leading question. No. Geralt, I'm tired. Let's sit and chat a bit first.
Is foreplay that important to you?
This deal with Emir. It's sorceress business. Pick someone else's brain.
So she's not told you anything? What about personal plans? Has she mentioned anything? A possible advisory position? Beside a young, promising empress?
Stay away from Ciri.
She's an adult, Geralt. You keep forgetting. She can decide for herself. So, onward. Don't you think it's time you stopped interfering in Ciri's life?
Obviously not. He keeps getting collapsed by the wild hunt.
Wraiths.
Show me what you got.
Whoa, what are we swinging at? Okay. Ooh, these guys drop glyphs, which are worth a decent amount of cash. Okay. Decent amount of cash. This place is freaking huge, dude.
Wait.
What's that hanging from the ceiling?
Feel it?
No, my medallion.
A ridiculous bauble. Don't make me laugh. Tuning into elven magic is just slightly more difficult than sniffing out a malodorous fiend. Watch this. Arahan Luma! That means the Sunstone is here. Don't stand there looking stupid. Try to shift the mirrors.
Lady, how about you freaking stop insulting me? Shift the mirrors all to point towards the middle, I'm assuming? Okay. What? This lady couldn't have fixed the stairs or something? Or like helped at all? Thank you. My goodness. Get him out of here. So this one's spreading light in 3 directions. Now it's in 2 directions? They look like they're already aligned. Okay. Okay. Dude, he like turned into an actual person there for a second. What the heck? Okay, wait. Let's point that one towards the mirror in the back. Let's go point this one over here towards the mirror in the back. To amplify the light that goes to the orb in the middle, I think. Now it doesn't have any light going to it. I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense. Let's try moving this one. It looked like they were already set up properly. I don't quite understand what it wants out of me. Does it want me to remove the light from the thing in the middle?
Found it.
What? Okay. I have no idea what exactly happened there. That's the rock we're looking for?
Hand it over and let's get out of here.
Not so fast. We've a matter to discuss.
Let me guess. You gotta fly. You're about to tell me why you need the Sunstone so much more than we do. Then you'll change into an owl and whoosh.
No idea where you got such a ridiculous notion. Ciri's safety is most important to me now. But I wish to talk to you about the future. My future.
You'll like Nilfgaard, no two ways about it. I recommend the fresh alpine air of Nazaire.
And Yennefer claims you have no sense of humor. Now listen carefully. Once we've defeated the hunt and Ciri is safe, Yennefer's meteoric rise at the Imperial Court will come to an abrupt end. Which is wonderful from my perspective. I'm not interested in reviving the Lodge if I'm not to have the deciding vote.
You're telling me this because...
If I know even one bit, I expect that once we've defeated the Wild Hunt, you aim to slip out the back door with Ciri. To disappear into the wilds, correct?
No idea what you're talking
very
about.
Romantic. But perhaps instead of destroying the girl's life, you could take Yennefer with you and go.
Any other words of wisdom, or can we go?
You may go. I know you've things to do. I can find my own way back.
What the crap? She's such a douche, dude. Alright, let Overlock know everything is ready. That is the goal. Everything is ready. Gosh, I hate climbing. I don't know why I get stuck on every single ledge, man. She could have at least fixed the freaking stairs while we were here. I have no idea how to get out of here. Oh, up. Okay. I thought this was a dead end. Let me up before I go. Man, this cave is freaking deep. What's this? Something I've already looted. Wait a minute, where am I? We're inland, man. How in the crap did I get here? Way in here, okay. Please, thank you.
Maybe Lars will bring some here.
Okay. So, the next step, I think, is to use the Sunstone to summon our mans and whoop his cheeks in. And then if everything goes to plan, I guess that would be it, right? The wild hunt would essentially be rendered ineffective and useless. But I think I gotta wrap this one up here today. A little bit of a cliffhanger, not a huge one or anything, but we will be picking this back up tomorrow because tomorrow is Thursday and Friday we're gonna be playing the First Descendants with Zechariah and maybe even Krieg 2 and probably not Bryson, but a boy can dream. Yeah. That's it, dudes. We're gonna wrap this puppy up. I got some things to do tonight. We're gonna be making some more Smite videos and things like that. I'm a little bit salty with Smite right now, so I don't know. We'll see. Guys, I love you very much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And if you're new here and you don't know, we have a Discord. The link to it is down below. And, you know, there's other buttons that are nearby that I'd love if you clicked it. And I'll have to catch you guys tomorrow, dudes. Thank you all again. Much love. Goodbye. If I can find the button. See ya.
It's all for